Telling me we need to get started.
That's right. You got a cat at the house. Got a cat.
Is it a Persian? Is it a Himalayan?
Mr. Mayor, don't go there. Mr. Mayor, no, sir. No, sir. Can I expect better you?
All we know is
Mr. Mayor, no, sir.
Commissioner Scott, those are actually cats. Those are actually cats.
The Queen has spoken, Mr. Mayor.
it says meow.
I don't know about anything else. That's that moment in church. Everybody looks straight ahead. You just look straight ahead. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. We request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation, personnel, and real estate.
Commissioner.
Second.
Motion and second. Voting.
Mayor Davis,
Yes.
I need to add cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity to that. That's correct.
Thank you.
Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Frenham and Garrett out.
Commissioner from the 10th. The commissioners from the 8th and the 7th get your approval to not be here. Okay, here's our posture. We're going to reconvene. We're going to reconvene, and we have a few matters that we need to address, and then we'll call to order the special call meeting, which is slated to begin at 2 p.m. with a single subject matter item around the millage rate. And we'll convene that meeting at 2 p.m. All right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, we'll request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion from the 7th, second from the 4th. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes the attorney for the reading of a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. We'll request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims of Gregory Morton in the aggregate amount of $145,000 payable as follows to Gregory Morton and Johnston Smith as his attorney, further authorizing the administrator to disperse said amount, waiving Augusta, Georgia code in conflict therewith for this instance only and for other purposes.
So moved.
And a motion and a second. Commissioner from the 7th and the 4th. Voting.
6.
I'm sorry,
Six.
that's correct.
Mr. Garrett. That motion carries 7-3, with Mr. Johnson voting no, Mr. Mason, and Mr. Brandon Garrett.
Chair recognizes Attorney Brown for the reading of her motion.
We'll request a motion, Mr. Mayor, to approve the resolving and authorizing the settlement of all claims against Jacqueline Humphrey in the sum of $120,000 payable to Jacqueline Humphrey and/or her attorney, further authorizing the administrator to disperse the amount of $120,000, waiving Augusta, Georgia Code or ordinances section in conflict therewith for this instance only and for other purposes, with the mayor and the clerk being hereby authorized to execute such resolution to be prepared by and under the guidance of Augusta Law Department.
We got a motion and a second. Motion from the 6th, second from the Mayor Pro Tem. Voting.
Ms. McKnight? Thank you. That motion carries 9-1, with Mr. Mason voting no.
Okay. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Request a motion authorizing the mayor and the administrator to continue and renew security system coverage and to pay the proposed premium.
So moved.
All right, Commissioner from the 6th and from the 2nd. Voting.
It's unanimous.
There are no further motions.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Right. Madam Clerk, I believe we have the matter of a special call meeting before us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll call the order of the special call meeting at 2:01 p.m. I believe there's a brief handout. Okay. All right, we'll place an item on the screen.
The purpose of today's meeting, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, is to adopt the proposed 2022 mill rate for all taxing districts.
All right. We have before us what has been provided by staff. Chair recognizes the commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to this, I want to make a motion that we adopt the full rollback of the millage rate.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion of adopting the full rollback with a proper second from the commissioner from the 3rd. I'm going to...
Substitute motion.
Okay. All right. I've got a proper motion and a second. All right. The chair now recognizes the commissioner from the 6th. Mr. Commissioner, if you would, please speak into your microphone.
Okay. Approve the proposed 2022 millage rate for each taxing district at the calculated rollback rate. Countywide MNO 7.986, Urban Service District 4.307, Capital Outlay 0.637, Fire Protection 1.733, the Blight Fire District at 2.626, to advertise the 5-year history of the digest, and to set the date and time to adopt these rates as September the 8th, 2022 at 10 p.m. at a virtual meeting.
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's just, I think that the commissioner from the 6th, his motion is only substantively different with the September the 8th information. He's adopting the calculated rollback rate with that simple inclusion. Okay?
That was Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem second that.
He seconded that. Okay? That's the substantive difference. He included the September 8th date. From a, well, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to do that in just a second, but I wanna talk process. Given the status from a statutory perspective, I am of the belief that the commission can, in fact, adopt a said mill rate today. Is that not true? Because it is the calculated rollback rate that only requires, pursuant to statute, informing the public of said rate. All right. Director Williams, please approach. All right, if you'll speak to that. Again, the commissioner from the 6th, his substantive addition to that was the date of September the 8th, which is appropriate.
That is correct. You would start the process by proposing the rate today. It must be advertised. It cannot be adopted until 1 week after that advertisement appears. The earliest date is September the 8th, if you take this action before you today.
Okay. All right, very well. All right, the commissioner from the 6th has made a motion, a substitute motion with a proper second. All right. Chair recognizes Administrator Dowse.
Mayor Davis, would you please make sure that the time was accurate? Because I heard the commissioner state 10 p.m. and I wanted to make sure that the motion read 10 a.m.
10 a.m., I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So for clarity, Madam Clerk, as heard, if you'll restate the substitute motion.
Okay. Substitute motion is to approve the proposed 2022 mill rates for each taxing district at the calculated rollback rate. Countywide MO 7.986, Urban Service District 4.307, Capital Outlay 0.637, Fire Protection 1.733, Blythe Fire District 2.626, to advertise the 5-year history of the digest and to set the date and time to adopt these rates as September 8th, 2022 at 10 a.m. virtual.
All right. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th.
Even though the motion and the substitute are basically the exact same thing, I'm going to rescind my motion since his had all of the specific details. So if no one objects to that, I'm going to rescind my.
Without objection, the main motion has been waived. We are at what is before us as stated by the clerk. That is what you're voting on. Voting.
Ms. McKnight and Mr. Hassan. Thank you. Okay. That motion carries 9-1, with Mr. Bobby Williams voting no.
Madam Clerk, I believe the commission wants to reconsider its action so that we can have unanimous vote for this.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, I believe that that is the only matter that was before us for the special call meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'll proceed with our committee meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, commissioners. Ms. Bonner, when you're ready, we'll call public services to order.
We're ready, sir.
All right. If there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following agenda items: 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to consent those agenda items. Please vote when you get it. Please vote.
It's unanimous.
All right, if we can go top down, start with number 1.
Okay.
When your item is
Miss-
come,
Ms. Delaney, who's? Okay, thank you.
when your item is called, please make sure you come to the front podium. State your name and address for the record.
We've got quite a few. All right. So, agenda item number 1, motion to approve new ownership of existing location, application AN 22-60, request by Sernavasta Goristi for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Highway 1 Food Mart located at 4002 Deansbridge Road, the Super District 10 and District 8. This application has completed the planning and development review process, and it has completed the sheriff's review process successfully. Will the applicant please come forward and give their name and address?
Is anyone opposed to this one? Is anyone opposed?
We have no record of opposition. This, sir, at the mic.
Do we have any in the audience, ma'am?
Anyone opposed in the audience? Please raise your hand.
Are there any objectors in our audience relative to this alcohol petition? Okay.
So, my name is Srinivasa Gauri Shetty. I live in 2913 Old Tobacco Road, Unit B, Hepzibah, Georgia, 30815.
All right, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Oh, my bad.
That motion
Whatever.
carries 3-1, with Mr. Clark voting no.
Thank you.
made the motion. Ms. Bond, I meant to vote yes.
Wait for the motion.
Mr.
I
Bobby Williams and I are punching wrong buttons.
All right,
Yes, sir. However, the vote had been published,
Okay.
you're
and
good.
Okay.
All right. Item number 2 on the agenda for public services, a motion to approve new ownership for existing location, application 22-63, a request by Safi Ual for a retail packaged beer and wine license to be used in connection with Sultan Corporation located at 1200 Interstate Parkway in Districts 3 and Super District 10. Is there anyone in the audience who is opposed to the application?
None noted.
The Planning and Development Department has reviewed the application and it has successfully completed the process. And the Sheriff's Department has also reviewed the application and has successfully completed the process. The applicant, will you please step forward and give your name and address? Home address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Safiullah, and my home address is 505 West Colquitt Street, Sparks, Georgia, 31647. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion.
Second.
And I got a second, District 10. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item 3.
All right. Item number 3, motion to approve ownership of existing location for alcohol petition 22-64, a request from Assad Rahim for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Rahim Assad Inc. located at 3671 Peach Orchard Road, District 6, Super District 10. Is there anyone in the audience who is opposed to this application?
None noted.
All right. The Planning and Development Department has reviewed the application. So has the Sheriff's Department, and they have successfully completed the requirements. Applicant, please step forward, give your name and your home address.
Hi, good afternoon. And my name is Assad Rahim, and my address is 4300 Victoria Lane, Valdosta, Georgia, 31602. Thanks.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
So
Motion
moved.
to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 4.
All right. Motion to approve new ownership at existing location, alcohol application 22-61, a request by Albert Gross for a consumption on premises liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with the Augusta Cigar Club located at 722 Broad Street, District 1, Super District number 9. Do we have anyone in the audience opposed to this application?
None noted.
All right. The Planning and Development Department and the Sheriff's Office has reviewed the application and they have successfully completed the requirements. Applicant, please step forward, give your name and your home address.
My name is Albert Gross. My home address is 122 Buell Jones Road, Carrollton, Georgia, 30117.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 5, please.
All right. Motion to approve new ownership at existing location, alcohol application number 22-62, a request by Safi Ullah for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Qatar Corporation located at 2161 Gordon Highway, District 5, Super District number 9. Is there anyone in the audience who is opposed to this application? There are none noted. Applicant, please step forward.
Oh, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem.
Where is this located?
This particular one is on Gordon Highway. If you're coming off the on-ramp from 520, so if you're coming 520, you get off on Gordon Highway, going towards Fort Gordon. It's on the right-hand side. It's the Raceway, right? BP now.
The what now?
Next to the hotel.
The BP. It's already there.
BP gas station.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Please state your name and address again for the record, sir.
My name is Safiullah, and my address is 505 West Colquitt Street, Sparks, Georgia, 31647.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 6, please.
All right. Agenda item number 6, approve a new location, alcohol application 22-59, a request by Miguel Chavez for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Locust Tacos located at 2825 Washington Road, and there will be Sunday sales. It's in District 7, Super District 10. Is there anyone in the audience in opposition to this application?
None noted.
All right. The application has been reviewed by Planning and Development staff and the Sheriff's Office. They have completed their requirements. And applicant, please give your name and home address.
Thank you. Yes, Miguel Chavez, home address 3419 Grayton Street, Evans, Georgia, 30809.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 7.
Agenda item number 7 is a motion to approve a request by Stephanie A. Hall for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with Sport and Injury Body Works, LLC, located at 645 North Frontage Road, District 3, Super District 10. This application has been reviewed by the Planning and Development Department and the Sheriff's Department, and it has met the requirements. Is there anyone in opposition to this application?
None noted.
All right. Applicant, please step forward, give your name and home address.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Hall, and my address is 487 Brad Mary Lake Road in Harlem, Georgia, 30814.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Ms. Delaney, don't leave.
Is there another?
It's unanimous.
Okay. We're going to keep Director Delaney up at the dais and go up to number 16. Flip to 16. It's a special.
Item number 16 is to consider a request from Mr. Maber Neighbor for a special use permit for 726 Broad Street.
Okay. I don't know the full nature of the request or the inquiry, so if he could explain.
Somebody explain.
Okay.
Item number 16.
Yes, sir, Mr. Neighbor, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Mayor Neighbor. Address is 3002 Cardinal Drive, Augusta, 30901.
Okay. Explain this special request, special use.
Actually, I understand it is not a use permit. We have a location. I acquired 726 on Broad Street about 15 years ago, and it's a building consists of 12,000 square feet. We leased 3,000 square feet of it as a bar for the last 15 years, like I said. A new tenant is coming in this year, and he did go ahead and acquire all his licenses except for the business license. To come to find out is that fire department requiring us to put a sprinkler system, fire sprinkler system, which is about $150,000. Now, nothing has changed in the new operation from the old operation, so this is a huge amount of money that we cannot obtain, and we need to have this building leased, this 3,000 square feet leased, because it's the only revenue that we do have. And we are adjacent to the Miller Theater, which is, we are right there. Actually, they use our parking lot. And if they don't give us this license to operate, the whole building will be vacant. And when it's vacant, it'll be a haven for homeless people. Right now, we actually clean every day after them. And it's just not a good situation if they leave the building empty and abandoned. Also, if the building is empty, I, as an owner, I cannot obtain insurance on it, that's a huge liability. And it just, we don't know what changed from the old operation to the new operation. On the contrary, the new operation is going to be more safe, and it's on the lowest, as far as fire hazard, it's the lowest it can be because it's a lounge, it's a bar lounge, people will sit and just, have a drink and be able to talk, and no smoking. The previous operation, it was a hookah bar, which was a very high fire hazard, and they were able to obtain a license. We don't understand why the new owner is not going to be able to obtain a license. It makes no sense at all because it's going to be no smoking. There is no kitchen. There's nothing to, as far as a fire hazard, we don't understand. So we're asking the committee actually we are grandfather in for the last 15 years and to go ahead and respect that and let us continue doing business.
Okay, appreciate that, sir. Stand by. I'm going to go to some of my colleagues, and we'll have some department directors fill in some blanks as well. Commissioner Mason first.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, actually, I do want to hear from the fire chief or one of the
Sure.
representatives there, but at the same time, I think I'm hearing you say that over the last 15 years, it's been basically the same use over time, but it's been the one vendor, the one contract vendor that you have in there?
Yeah, it's been, no, in the last 15 years, we have 3 owners.
Okay, 3 owners.
The last one is a hookah bar, I'm sorry.
But
It was a hookah bar for the last 5 years.
But all for the same 3,000 square feet that you're talking about?
Correct.
All right, so now with that 3,000 square feet there, now you're bringing in a new tenant that's going to take some of the rest of the feet, right? No, just that same deal. Oh, okay. All right, if I could
Sure.
speak with the fire chief.
Chief Burton.
Chief Burton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chief, can you make some sense out of this situation for me?
So this is actually, I just became aware of this situation, but in hearing some of the description and what I've been told, this is actually considered new. So this is actually a nightclub, as it has been described to the fire marshal. So it's not a bar, it's an actual nightclub serving alcohol with a dance floor. But to date, we have not received any formal submittals. But under that description, the fire code has certain requirements with it. So from what I'm told, all we have done is have pre-submittal meetings with the fire marshal, but we have not received any formal submittal, plan submittal.
Okay, so my next question would be then, is it neighbor? The next question would be for you is that what does the business license state?
It's just a lounge, a bar lounge. No dancing, no nothing, just sit down. It's intended for the older crowd, middle older, to cater to the Miller Theater, because once the show is over, they can come around and sit and have a drink where you can talk. There's no dancing, there's no young crowd.
There's not well, I'm not really interested whether young or old, but it's not a nightclub, is what you're telling me, and that's not what's on your business license, on the business license.
No, it's not a nightclub, no sir.
No, I'm saying what's on the business license. That's important to note here.
I have to ask the new tenant and Mr.
Yeah, somebody
Halls.
need to answer that question because maybe that'll clear some things up.
This is Mr. Jeremy Halls. He's a new tenant.
Jeremy Halls, 1832 Heathers Way, Augusta, Georgia. So it is not a nightclub. It'll be considered a lounge, and we have yet to obtain the business license because we need to have the building inspected before we can obtain that license.
Okay, so here's where some confusion come in at. For them to inspect, they've got to know what they're inspecting for, right? And so maybe I'm just lost here, but I'm not seeing the connection because the fire chief said he's a night. Chief Burton, where did you get it's a nightclub from?
From the descriptions, I believe the gentleman has been in contact, and his architect has been in contact with the fire marshal. But however, we have not received plans. A lot of times in these type of instances, as he described, with the original permit being 3,000 square feet, and now the new owner being 12,000 square feet, there could be a change of use, which may trigger certain requirements. If the space has been vacant for a certain amount of time, that can trigger new requirements. And so, you know, we'd like to just exchange information. We can meet and once again and go over what you're now saying is not a nightclub.
And just for clarity, I won't be taking over the entire 12,000 square feet. It'll still be the 3,000 square feet that was in use by Sharifa's Hookah Lounge. So it won't be a nightclub. It'll still be a lounge, the same as before, just no smoking.
Okay. That's all I have, but I do think that conversation needs to take place because obviously we have some miscommunication going on, and I think that could be cleared up simply with some conversation.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neighbor, the 3,000 feet that we're speaking about, and the young man, Mr. Halls, just spoke about, you mentioned earlier that 3,000 square feet have been used by, I guess, was it 3 different owners or just one owner, manager, what have you, business owner?
3 business owners. We had one person was there for 5, the other for 5, and the third one was for 5 years.
Okay, so has those 3,000 feet been closed down for any period of time?
Not at all.
Not never been closed down, but the whole complex is 12,000 feet.
Yes, sir, and it's not. We're gonna renovate the whole building in the near till we get the funds. It's gonna be a lot of money, but we don't want to put a fire sprinkler in till we do the whole building renovation, which makes sense. I mean, I'm not gonna spend $150,000 on the 3,000 square feet only that it's been operating for the last 15 years. Nothing has changed.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Neighbor. If you have Mr. Hall standing beside you now, and I apologize if I misunderstood him, I apologize to you in advance. Standing you now, he just made mention that he doesn't have a business license currently. If you have 3 standing vendors in there, how does that work in terms of the business never been vacant? So is he going to go in on top of those, or that same 3,000 space, if I'm hearing correctly?
He is taking over the 3,000 square feet. The last tenant was there till the end of 2021. In January, Mr. Hawes came in and leased the place, and from that time till now, he's just been going through planning and everything and getting his license. Actually, he was here in front of you, and he already obtained his alcohol license. It was approved by you, and but he cannot obtain a business license unless the fire marshal okays it.
Yes, but I think you might have just answered what we was asking much earlier. So it does look like you might have had a tenant there in terms of renting the place, but it was not operating because you said the last tenant was 2021. So in essence, it's been closed down, even though you had someone who had leased it, but no business has been operating out of it for almost a year and a half now.
No, sir. Only few months.
Only a few months. Okay.
Okay. Sharifa Lounge closed.
Let me ask you, Ms. Neighbor. Excuse me. Let me ask Miss either one, Miss Carla from planning and the fire marshal. When a business does close down, because like I said, my first initial thought was, if he's been in business all the while, and he gave the impression that because he's doing a little something different, we walked up in there and we said, okay, you got to put a sprinkler system throughout your entity. Obviously, we see that's not quite true. But however, if a business does close, is there a time limit to give them or give that establishment OMAC up where they still can live by their grandfather clause, being grandfathered in terms of regulations?
What you're speaking of is when a building is considered a change of use. Typically, in my experience, 6 months. And then that business coming in is deemed new and will fall under new requirements.
Well, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm sorry, Chief, I'm sorry.
No, my apologies. So if the information that they are providing today, see, the fire marshal's office don't determine the use of a space. That information is given to us. And based on that information, there are certain requirements that coincide with that use. And so it's up to the tenant to tell us what you're using the space for. Now, if you say things like, I'm serving alcohol, if you say things like, we're going to have a dance floor, then the code considers you a nightclub. If you're having a DJ, you're considered a nightclub in those instances. And so those requirements coincide with that use is what we have to go by.
Yeah, so I think I go back to the same thing my colleague Commissioner Mason made mention of. I guess you have to sit down and look at the details because there are some conflicting details here, but not necessarily nothing that can't be worked out. But I'll let you look at it. I confer with my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, and this is for Ms. Delaney, Director Delaney. Have we historically done special use permits like this for businesses? And I also believe that there's some additional clarity that you may be able to share with us on this item. So have we done this before?
So a special use permit is for a home occupation. So the title and the introduction in here is misleading. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the last time the Hookah Bar Lounge operated was in 2015. The Sharif Hookah Lounge never opened.
I want to stop you right there if I could. I don't think that's accurate because I've been there since 2015.
Yeah, they changed the name, so it wasn't
right,
that
just wanna make sure
particular
we got
bar.
it fair.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
all right.
we're
What were you doing in there?
But but more importantly, in April 2022, this Miami Vibes LLC, which is your organization, they came before and they requested an alcohol petition. On that alcohol petition, they cited that they would have dance, which changes its use to a dance club. Once you say we're going to have alcohol and we're going to have dance, it changes the use. The use change generates a different type of inspection, and you have to, the safety requirements change. So that's how they end up having to sprinkle a system, put in a sprinkler system in this building because the use did change. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
So in this case, would it be viable? So I guess what I want to figure out is would it be, let me formulate my question. At this point, would it make more sense for them to sit down with the fire chief to figure out what's going on here and then come back before this body? Or would they have to reapply with the dance out of the equation? Because I think if he doesn't do that, we're going to be right back at the same place.
That is correct. As long as the use includes alcohol and dance, then that will go to the fire department that way, and the criteria for a dance hall nightclub will be applied. They will have to reconsider their business model and whether or not they want to have the dance option. And then the requirements could possibly change.
Okay.
Sharif Lounge was operated under a dance floor and a DJ for a long time.
Yes.
5 years. So, well, even though he's not asking for a dance floor, it's the same use. I should be grandfather in, even though he is not asking for that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand. I'm confused.
Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion.
Okay, I want to yield to the administrator for some comments. And then I'm coming to Clark.
Commissioner, if you don't mind, I would like to ask the commission to allow the departments to work together with Mr. Neighbor concerning what would be best for this purpose.
Sounds good. Commissioner Clark, would you want to make a motion to that effect? Your comments?
Well, I agree with the administrator that that's what we should do, but I would like to ask a question.
Okay.
I've heard two definitions, lounge and did I hear bottle club?
Who? I let Mr. Hawes answer that because I'm not the operator.
It's definitely a lounge. So a lounge is considered an establishment where you do have comfortable seating rather than a bar and actual, I would say, dance floor. However, yes, there will be dance because we will bring in a DJ. However, as mentioned, Sharifah's actually had DJs and dance as well.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion
that I'm being honest and on my application and saying that will be light dance, but it's not an actual nightclub where everybody's packing the dance floor.
Gotcha.
We will have live music, so people may get up and dance if they choose to, but that's not what we're promoting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark, go ahead for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that these two entities get together with the fire chief and the club promoter and see what they can work out on this.
Time frame?
I would say a 30-day time frame.
Are we including the administrator in on that?
Yeah, I think the administrator
Yes.
as well.
Okay.
All right, so
I'll
That
second that if that's
Mr.
the
Chairman,
case.
that
Yes.
includes the planning and development department?
yes.
I'll second that motion with the planning developer, fire chief, and administrator included.
And bring it back in 30 days to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, can we have that motion restated, please?
Ms. Bonner, can you restate the motion?
Yes, sir. To consider the request of Mr. Neighbor that the fire department, the planning and development department, the administrator work together to resolve this issue and report back in 30 days
Or sooner.
or sooner, okay?
All right, we got a motion and a
Thank you
second.
very much.
To that effect?
Oh, I did. So, yeah, second.
Yeah, you second. All right, voting committee. Thank you both. Thank you for investing in Augusta. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 8, please.
Okay, item number 8 is a presentation from Mr. Robert Davis regarding the Augusta Richmond County Supercross at Bayville Park.
All right, Mr. Davis, welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record, you will have 5 minutes.
This is Robert Davis, and my address is 5785 Bryan Lane in Grovetown, Georgia. And what I was going to do is
Can you pull the mic just a little bit closer to you? Thank you.
right. Okay. All right. So we're Augusta RC Supercross. We're a local nonprofit incorporation, and we provide the Augusta community and surrounding areas with a recreational sport and hobby that does not demand the physical and athletic abilities or risk of injury to participate in like physical sports. This gives children and family and racers the ability to go outside, participate in competitive sports without these risks and requirements holding them back. In 2001, we actually came to the city and the Parks and Recs, and we were able to reopen a closed ballpark, which was Bayville Park, and we started building the RC park. With the city providing the power to the already existing lighting system and restrooms, we've been able to fully fund ourselves for 21 years now, bringing in big events, and the big events is our main source of revenue. And with that revenue, we basically provide a radio-controlled track and park that is open every day for the public use and for them to use and practice everything from drones, planes, rock crawlers, and off-road racing. We hold competitive events 2 times a month for the local community and surrounding areas to participate in and race for a chance to finish in the top 3 of their racing class, with their podium picture being posted on our, and the results being posted on our website. And then we hold 6 big events that's coordinated with other racetracks from Florida to South Carolina as a part of a race series that provides newcomers and locals a chance to race in big events with prizes and rewards. And one of the big events that we hosted was the Georgia Off-Road Championship Series in 2019 and 20. And we actually had, and this went through a couple of states, and we actually hosted one of those races, and one of our local racers actually became the 2019 Georgia State Championship for off-road racing. And with that, winning that championship, he won some sponsorships to go into the 2020 season. Our 2020 season was cut short due to the power for the existing lights in the field was shut off. And we had to cancel our already scheduled big events in 2020, and we haven't been able to host big events since that time, which that takes out a lot of the money that we were bringing in to use back in the park. So that left us only to hold our 2 times a month general races for the local community and leaving the park open for just general use. And then this past July, all of the power in the park is out. So now that prevents us from holding any races for anybody to come to the park just to be able to charge a battery and play. And that they can't use restrooms because there's no power at all in the park. So I was hoping to gain the support of the commissioners to see the value that we bring to the community, and that way could invest back into the park and get the power, restored for lighting and just general electricity in the park. And that way we can continue providing this outlet of a sport recreation for the Augusta area.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good, good. You and I talked a little bit. You asked me to come out and take a look at it. I never knew that park existed where it existed. We talked about pricing.
Yes.
With the lights or whatever. What did you find out?
So the initial estimate, I believe that the Parks and Rec, they had contract with somebody to come in and do assessments of all the parks. That initial, which I didn't have any input on what we need there. So the estimate that came in from that was way off key at $155,000 for the park, and it was way overkill for what we need. And so I've actually met with a local electrical company that can install poles and redo. And if we came in worst case scenario, which I think there's other options, but worst case, to bring in all new wiring from the main meter that's set from Georgia Power, redo it, all the wiring underground with 2 completely separate panels, one feeding the restrooms and the pit area, one feeding all new lighting system and the actual area where we set up and operate the scoring and PA system. That would come in at about $87,000. That's if we redid everything. But I think there's still options that can maybe reuse what's there and just change out fixtures, go to LED lights, things like that.
Yeah, because we just talked about doing lights on the poles.
Yes, yes, and see if we went with that, there's a 500-watt LED. Sport lighting, and it's $500 per fixture, and if we put 14 out there, that would be $7,000 just to do the lighting.
Just to do the lighting, $7,000.
Yes.
And we could use the existing wiring.
And see, that would be between working with Central Services. And because at one time I was going to try to get Georgia Power to come in and redo their own, but they wouldn't because it was, city property. But so working with Central Services and an electrical company, and then and whoever determines that wiring is okay. It was originally shut down because there's a pole back in used to be outfield that had been cut. And so that pole we don't even need. There's actually 2 poles that can be pulled and moved in closer to the park, and then potentially reusing that wire, working with Central Services and an electrical company for them to determine what's proper.
Okay. You want to know?
Yeah, let's hear from Central Services and kind of give their take on the things out at Bayville.
All right. The lighting situation at Bayville has been tagged out by Georgia Power because of the bad electrical. So it's not a matter of replacing the lighting. We have to replace the whole system. And the cost estimate, like he said, is about $155,000 to have that done. And so you can't replace the lighting without replacing the wiring. It needs a new service point, some new cabling, conduit, and the lights itself, which will be changed out to LED. So until we get the whole project done, we cannot just put new lighting out there without changing the whole electrical system.
One thing with Georgia Power.
Hold on just a second.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, and like I said, it's the quote is actually $155,020, so that'll be about $156,000 basically.
Okay. All right, sir, and then I'm gonna let the commissioners go ahead. Jeff.
Yes, sir. So when Georgia Power originally deemed that cabling unfit, there was a pole, and I don't know if this is the only thing they based it on. There was an outfield pole where somebody removed the conduit off the pole that goes up the pole, and they chopped the wire. I'm assuming to see if it was copper, and it's aluminum. So it was left like that, and from my understanding, it was shut down because they said that was an open wire, and that's all I know on that.
Do you have any?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like I said, for us, all they did was said that they tagged the system out and that the system needed to be replaced.
Gotcha. Okay. This is another one of those where we just need to communicate between entities probably. I'm going to go to Commissioner. Do you? Maybe? Okay. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. So this question is for the gentleman from the RC Park. You said this just happened this past July is when the power was turned off?
The rest of the system before that, in 2000, our basically like stadium lighting is what was shut down due to that cut wire, and then we had the power at the restrooms in our pit areas where people can come charge. That has been operating all the way until about July 18th.
Was that on a different system?
Yes, sir. They're from the meter, the meter that comes off the pole, the line comes in. They have a transformer that specifically powered the restrooms, and then it went on out to other transformers, and there's like an oil switch that when that one's turned on, then every pole in the stadium lighting has its own transformer, and so when that one's activated, those transformers operate the field lighting, but for the restroom, the transformer, there's a separate transformer, and I think that transformer is what had went out, and that was the second part of that. Now there's no power at all. Before that, it was just we could use the restrooms and be able to charge.
So and basically, it's your service point, and just to replace the service point, it's about $12,000.
So is there a way that we could just get with Georgia Power to clarify what part of the system they're having the issue with, instead of assuming that they're talking about the whole system needs to be replaced?
Basically, what Georgia Power is saying, you have bad wiring out there, so that definitely the wiring needs to be replaced. Your service point needs to be replaced. I mean, I think you can still operate with the lighting out there. The lighting itself is about $42,000 if you upgrade the lighting with new poles and new lighting fixtures.
Like the gentleman was saying, they know the damaged area. If that's all the Georgia Power had the issue with, and that's why they cut the power, then let's just fix that and fix the lights and not spend $160,000.
And we still, like I said, I don't think it's just, the wiring is just not going to be the problem. You have to complete the whole system is what we got from Georgia Power, and this is where the cost estimate came from if we replace the whole lighting system. So originally it was just the field lights, and then the rest of the system went down. So that's why we get to the point where we have to replace the whole thing.
I thought you said that all you got from Georgia Power was there was a problem with the system.
No, I mean, this is, JLA worked with Georgia Power to get this put together. So they put together a cost estimate of what was needed, and that's what we have right here. So if we want to look at trying to see if we could just replace the wiring and leave the lights and the poles in place, we might can cut out some of these items on the list that they have.
All right.
Okay. I'm not comfortable right now. Commissioner Hassan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing, is this outfield? Obviously outfield, right?
Yes, the whole park.
And where is it?
Bayville Park.
Is that near the school, Bayville School?
Oh, Millersville Road.
Millersville Road.
Okay. And so you say, and you all use it for Supercross?
Yes, sir. What we do is we provide radio control racing, and it's done in the sport. There's actually a sanctioning body that has national, regional, and
Okay. So my question is, I'll be very reluctant for this body to, based on the accident that we had, to halfway authorize anything without doing what needs to be done and put ourselves in harm's way. But I also thought that we had, in our SPLOS 8, that we had allocated funds to begin to rewire our parks. So where are we on that, and what phase does that money kick in? Am I correct on that? Mr. Administrator, you can help me with that.
Sure, Commissioner, you are correct in that funds are allocated in SPLOST 8. At this particular point, as Director Lampkin just stated, the assessment from JLA gave recommendations that we would complete the park repairs holistically rather than in part. And so because of that, he just received the cost estimates, and we would need to check where it falls in line concerning the schedule for receipt of funds to be able to start that project.
Okay, so my question is, do you know at what phase that you're gonna start executing? You don't know what it's gonna be?
No, not at this moment, no.
So when are we gonna start wiring? Because you know, if you got May Park, you got your parks in general. So at what point in time we're gonna start rewiring the parks?
So if you recall, SPLOST 8 does not specifically name the line item for lighting replacement for your parks. It does, however, name 4 of your parks, I think 3 or 4 of the parks, and then with that comes park upgrades in which lighting could be used for park upgrades.
So thank you for that. So the question comes back then, when will you start receiving, at what year do you start refurbishing your lights in your electrical services?
I don't have that information available at this moment.
I think that should be. I know our first year seems to be we want to deal with some debt.
That's correct.
Are we now going into our second year? Now we still in the first year.
No, we just started collections earlier this year. Yes.
Okay.
So SPLOST 8 collections just started earlier this year.
Okay. Well, just probably by the time the commission gets here, try to give us more detail about what the intent is on those lighting, because we got May Park, we got other places that need this as well. But if you got something up and running, you definitely want to accommodate that. That's a small price compared to some of the prices going to be. But I do think it becomes a priority because many of these places have been shut down for 4 or 5 years now, and it's about time we get them back up and running. So it gives a little bit more definitive information around what our intentions is and what kind of resources that we have available, resources we can move to get some things done and get it back when the SPLOST money comes in. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Son. Administrator Dowse, why does this part fall under Central Services and not Parks and Rec? I know that Director McDowell has a plan of when to start the lights and that sort of thing, because we've had conversations about it.
Sure. So the park facility itself, programming and managing the facility, falls under Parks and Recreation. However, any maintenance needs that the facility has, just like many of other Augusta facilities, would fall under Central Services. So even back in November of 2020, when JLA did the original lighting assessment for several of our parks, Central Services handled the procurement of the assessment. However, Parks and Recreation handles the maintenance, the day-to-day maintaining and programming.
Who determines the order of the parks that gets the fixed lighting first? Central Services or the Parks and Rec?
It's a joint effort as far as need and priority, but because Parks and Recreation handles the programming, they would definitely drive that. But Central Services is always there to assist.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. Mr. Administrator, if I may. Can we make sure that we put Bayville in line for doing the lighting? I think it needs to be done. I think they bring something to the table that, you know, I don't do it, but when they took me out there and I looked at what they were doing, I was very excited. So I know a lot of young folks are going to be running around and maybe want to get involved with that, but that goes along with the flexibility we need here in Augusta, Georgia. So I'd like for them to be in line for putting the lights back in order.
I agree, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess my thoughts are, can this body get some direction to get an update of when it's happening? Let's understand it, because, obviously we got outdoor basketball that's been down for 2 years now almost, and, let's kind of get the directors and get both heads at the table here, and let's have a discussion of all the parks, frankly, on the lighting, because I think it needs to move forward quicker than not.
Mr. Chairman, I get one
Yes,
question.
sir.
And also, for this particular park in particular, based on the nature of what he's doing, try to get us to understand what the relationship is with the entity. Because this, I don't know what it consists of, but try to get a relationship with that. Because if we're doing that with that in mind, there has to be some sense of relationship there, I would think. And it may not be none. I just need to know. Thank you.
Minister, what kind of time frame could we? Go ahead, Director Lampkin.
As far as a time frame on this, The only thing that's really holding this back would be the funding. As far as central services is concerned, we do have a capital line item for Parks and Recs building, but that fund has been depleted. So I have it on my radar for first of the year once that new capital funding becomes available. If Parks and Rec has the funding available, we can move on this rather quickly and get this out for bid if
Gotcha. Commissioner Mason.
you wish.
I want to hear from you.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that this body needs to be updated on SPLOST 8 funding and a more, where we're going, because I think there's all good conversations to have. Everybody's probably having a park in their district that has a lighting issue of some magnitude. So I'm looking for a motion from the body to that effect, I guess.
What's the motion? I mean,
They need to be in line.
Yeah, I think we need to see what the lineup is of SPLOST 8 funding due to lighting. I mean, but that's in 30 days, bring it back, or do you need 30 days? Can we come back next committee cycle?
No, 30 days is sufficient. That will be appreciated.
Can I get a motion to that effect?
I make a motion to have an update on SPLOST 8 within 30 days. SPLOST 8 funding brought back to the committee within 30 days.
I'm going to second that motion, but I want to ensure that this agenda item, what are we saying as it relates to this agenda item?
I don't think we can give that answer until we have that discussion, though, frankly, of where the funding, and I mean, I think there's support up here to make sure they're in line because of the entity that they are.
Okay, so I want to add, well, maybe he'll add, I heard Commissioner Hassan say also determine the relationship between the entities, so I think that's important to note as well. We can add.
Yeah, he wants, and
okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Yeah, can you state what you just said as the motion too?
Well, we're going to do the 30-day deal as what we said with the administrator and come back, but we also want to establish what the relationship is between next week. Next week? Okay, next week is good. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
Sooner the better. It's time for us to get some things rolling. Okay, so that's my motion next week.
You good?
And we'll have.
All right, can I get a second to that motion, Commissioner Johnson? I got a motion, a second. We'll be back next week with an update on SPLOST funding. Oh, why'd you say a week?
Excuse me, Commissioner. I understood Commissioner Mason to state that he was requesting an update within 30 days on SPLOST 8 and an update concerning the relationship with the RC Supercross for next week.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
I still second.
Okay, got a motion and a second.
She's clear.
Voting.
Stop it.
It's unanimous.
Hey, last one, agenda item 14.
Item number 14, update on the maintenance of the medians on Green Street and cemeteries as to what efforts have been made to get the grass cut, removing the dead shrubs and weeds that are taken over.
Commissioner McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go with these two, please. We don't have anybody here to give us, help me get an update on this. Oh, there he is. Okay, great. Thank you. I bring this up again. I think I had it on the agenda several months ago, but we got to do better than this. I took these pictures the other day, and, I hear people complaining all the time, and I know the commission sees this as well, but we've got to figure out a way to get our medians downtown. You come in from Beach Island, come in from North Augusta, and if you're downtown, you look at this. You look at weeds. We got boxwoods that are dead with weeds growing up in them. We get half the medians cut on Green Street, but then you ride up further, and it hadn't been touched. Consistency needs to be in line with getting these medians taken care of at one time. I know that can't be all done in one day, but Lower Broad Street, for instance, yesterday I was down there, and it bothers me, and I know it bothers a lot of other people, but I'd like to get an update. Here we are again, as to what we're going to do about the Carolina cherries growing up between the azaleas. You got weeds growing up the trees. Where are we on this, and how are we going to get it taken care of?
Commissioner, the plan that we have is we recently received bids for mowing contractors. We hope to get them started within early coming up in September. And what this will help us do is free up some of our RCCI crews who can help remove some of the overgrowth. It also, because I know the cemeteries are listed on this as well, it will also let us concentrate some of our crews into the cemeteries. And hopefully we can alleviate some of those issues.
Are we going to do any planting anytime soon? I'd just like to know. I can't continue looking at dead boxwoods every time I go up and down these streets.
To address the issue out on Green Street, Central Services was tasked by the administrator's office to take a look into that. So we do have right now a procurement solicitation in procurement that we put in a week ago that's being reviewed, and hopefully we can get this out to bid for Green Street in the next few weeks, and working with procurement to get this done. And that should take care of some of the de-weeding and the trimming of the hedges. So hopefully we'll have this out and be able to get bids back in as early as October if it works out.
So the citizens of Augusta, Georgia who ride by will see a total different change than what we're looking at right now?
Right. A part of that bid includes mulching of some of those beds out there, and like I say, the de-weeding and trimming of the hedges.
Okay, I look forward to it. Thank you. Thank you for the update.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question. Are these mediums like put on a schedule, like a date we know on this date, this month we're going to cut, or is that unrealistic when we're talking about like things of this nature?
You want that one, Tim?
Sure. To answer that question, I want the commissioners to keep in mind the crew that maintains Green Street and Broad Street and Augusta Common is the same crew that has approximately 40 other properties throughout Richmond County. These include other medians. Henry Street is one, Central Avenue is another, Park Avenue. So the crew of 5 moves quite a bit. And frankly, I'm very proud that the crew is able to keep up with that. Right now, Bahia grass is growing. What you mostly see in the photos with the grass is Bahia seed heads, which we can cut it and it will be back literally within 3 to 4 days. So that's a challenge they have. But it is on a schedule. We stick with that schedule as best as possible. On these medians, we're normally not using RCCI crews. We're using our own staff. We are limited sometimes by the weather. If it's raining, like we experienced last week, it's going to slow us down. If we have a staff member who's sick, it slows us down. If a piece of equipment like a mower or one of our landscaping trucks break down, it's taken in the shop and we have to wait on those repairs. So we do stick to a schedule, but sometimes nature and mechanical issues and people's health take us off schedule slightly.
But as a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, and primarily Parks and Recreation is responsible for cutting these mediums, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I believe that this body had a small conversation at our budget retreat, and I believe most of us were there when we had this talk, was that we wanted to identify the best way to make sure that Parks and Recreation was only responsible for areas that had something to do with recreation and parks. And I can't think of why a medium on Green Street would be in that category. And so I guess my question is, what does this body need to do to make sure that we move areas that's not focused on Parks and Recreation into the necessary department to maintain? Because if you're just saying that you're using staff to cut the mediums, and we have staff needs at other parks, or we have staff needs on the Riverwalk, what action does this body need to take in the near future to make sure that this isn't Parks and Recreation's responsibility? The median on Green Street, in my mind, is not. the Riverwalk is, or Pendleton King, or whatever other park. So what action can we take? And I guess this is an administrative question,
Yeah.
whoever can answer it, because we're going to keep having this talk. Parks and Recreation doesn't have the capacity to manage this medium, and we need to be honest about that publicly.
Yes, sir. We're going to go to the administrator. I think she wants to comment on this.
Commissioner Johnson, you're exactly correct, and yes, your directive and thought during our budget retreat was clear. The Central Services Department was brought in on an immediate basis simply because they have grounds contracts right here with the municipal building, and so with Green Street being parallel to that, it was a seamless flow through for an immediate need. However, we are making plans to centralize services for right-of-way maintenance to bring Parks and Recreation out of that responsibility in the future, but yet funding won't occur for that until the new year. So while we are actively working on a plan, luckily we are coming upon our low season, so grass should not be growing as heavily as it has been in the past.
Thank you.
Totally agree. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. This question is for Tim from Parks and Rec. Was it just a coincidence that we saw 2 crews on Green Street today?
Nothing is ever just a coincidence. We put out a lot of fires in Parks and Recreation. There's a lot of demands on our crews. And so, what we feel is a high priority is usually coming from this body. And so that's how we adjust our crews.
I'm not saying that I was mad about it. It made me laugh on the way down here today that I knew this was on the agenda, and I'm like, of course. But anyway, all right. Well, thank you. And hopefully as these plans are moving around to become more efficient, especially if we can centralize them as our administrator's talking about, I'm really hoping that we're going to see some good progress, because I think many of my colleagues up here will state that this is probably our #1 call we get, right after trash.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for the Parks and Recreation. How many ground crews do we have to cut grass?
If you're referring to our RCCI crews, it varies. Some days we don't have any. Some days we have 2. And so they help us out with most of our neighborhood parks. They help us out with the cemeteries. Again, they're subjected to similar situations as us. If an officer is out ill, that crew can't come in. If there's a lockdown, the crews can't come in. On most days, I have a maximum of 4 crews taking care of those areas. The only exceptions that we have out there, again, are these medians where that's in-house crews. Pendleton King Park, that's our crews. And then Diamond Lakes, that's our crews. But everything else, we depend very heavily on RCCI. We do have many less crews than we had last year for a lot of reasons.
Is it, Mr. Chairman, may I continue? Is it not true that the state, and this is probably out of your wheelhouse, but isn't it not true that the state of Georgia pays Richmond County so much a day for 221 guests of the state? So don't we, in essence, have 221 people available to make up some of these crews?
I don't know the answers to that.
Administrator, can you speak to that?
Commissioner, the population of our facility fluctuates, and with that, the security of our inmates also fluctuates as far as vacancies with RCCI is concerned, which prohibits the amount of inmates that are able to go out to handle various services. But yes, Augusta does receive funding for inmate housing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for this. It's not so much on many instances that to this guest, as my colleague just mentioned, that are being housed, that we are housing by the permission of the state, are being compensated. The real issue that RCCI is having, or the warden is having, is maintaining guards, maintaining persons who will oversee those inmates because of their salaries. We see we have the sheriff department. We all understand them being paid what they're paying in the climate that we're in. We have the marshal's department that is paid, a little beneath that. But we have the warden's officer who does something who every commissioner up here probably get more out of from the warden than any other entity in this government on the face of it. Let's just say on the face of it, because we know it's not true, it's an absolute. Because we pick the phone up, we call them about a ditch or what have you, and they get it within a very reasonable time. But many of his guard stuff, he's losing because of the salary. Their salary is just too low. So the moral to the story, I believe, and I encourage some of you, my colleagues, to speak with him. If you give him a better salary, to offer a better salary, more of those inmates, because it benefits them, their time is cut, they have an opportunity to get GEDs. Remember, we're not sentencing anybody. So I'm not advocating for that, they happen to be there now. And so if you want to see more of them become productive and active in that regard, speak to the ward about what he needs in terms of increasing the salary, and we maybe can get some of that work done. I definitely am in support of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I agree and I agree with this conversation we've had today. I think that when you have three different entities maintaining areas and overlapping areas, and sometimes it's under their privy and sometimes under another department's privy, I think you're obviously going to have some misses. So I'm happy to hear that the administrator is going to be bringing us a new plan on how to not have Parks and Rec with medians. I also think that we're going to have to look to privatize some of this too. It's going to be a little bit more costly, maybe, I guess, but we might not have as many employees, but I think that's definitely going to be a discussion we're going to have during the budget process as well. And frankly, I've lost my committee, so I guess we will close and move on to the next committee. So thank you all for all speaking.
Thank you.
That's what happens when it gets hot in the kitchen. Ms. Clerk, I call public safety to order. Is there any additions or deletions from the public safety?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. With the committee's consent, I would like to consent item 1, 2, and 4. May I get a motion?
So.
Have a motion and a second. Vote, please. Commissioner Garrett.
Ms. Bonner, you want to read that, or you want me to just start?
I beg your pardon?
I said, do you want me to just start, or do you want to read that?
He
yes.
proposed a consent agenda. We're voting on the consent agenda.
Oh, I've hit the button numerous times.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
I thought you were
Item
asking
3,
me to go.
please.
Item number 3, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Discuss and receive update from Richmond County Sheriff's Department on new alarm policy implemented by Sheriff Roundtree.
Is there anyone here to speak on that?
All right. I did include staff from the Sheriff's Department in regards to this agenda item when I did submit it. Did get a response back from Chief Deputy Patrick Clayton, and Mr. Chairman, if it's appropriate, I will read his response to the agenda item.
Proceed, please.
Commissioner Garrett, about 4 to 5 years ago, we began a process with the Commission to try and reduce false alarms, which is an enormous burden on both the public and the Sheriff's Office. This was unsuccessful, and the false alarms have not abated. Accordingly, we have researched and adopted the verified response system. This has been adopted by over 40 agencies throughout the United States. These agencies did not see an increase in their burglaries and improved their response times by 50% with verified response. Over the last 4 years, we've responded to 82,000 false alarms, further broken down to about 22,000 per year, or 57 calls per day. This is equivalent to removing 13 deputies from other crime-fighting duties. Primary reason in responding to these alarm calls is to apprehend intruders at the alarm location. Of the 82,000 calls, we were able to apprehend 2 intruders in commercial establishments. We believe that with the increased response times, we will apprehend many other burglars from the verified response system. 18 months ago, we instituted this with some government agencies, including the Richmond County Board of Education. The Board of Education reports they had 2,200 false alarms last year, and they report there has been no adverse effects since instituting this system. I've attached the press release that we distributed a month ago, as well as frequently asked questions. I also direct you to our Facebook page and Richmond County Sheriff's Office website to view a full interview with the Chief Deputy explaining how verified response works. If you have any other further questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. So I placed this item on the agenda because I am sure I am not the only one that received many, many calls when the news reported this last Tuesday morning. I got people calling me, blaming us that we instituted this policy and that we were responsible for the Sheriff's Department not showing up to their house anymore when their alarm goes off. So I've stated numerous times that that was not the issue at all. We actually did not know about it until they did. So in regards to this, I raised some questions in regards to some of their numbers and about the reports that have been done. I can only give personal experience with this. I had cars broken into at my home, and when the deputy came, he said there wasn't enough taken to do a report. When you're using report numbers to justify making a decision on whether or not you're going to respond to a call, but then when you know that reports aren't done because of different basis, then I raise questions. I'm just worried that this policy is going to invite burglars to basically look around for a camera, and if there's not a camera present, then they know that nobody's coming. So I'm hoping that their statistics from the other 40 municipalities around the nation, and I can't count how many thousands of municipalities there are around the nation, but 40 have tried it, and apparently they've seen success with it. So we'll leave that where it lays. But once again, I'm just a little disappointed with the reaction is to not react, and it is troublesome. But hopefully, this does go the way that they are planning it. So, Chairman, that's really all I've got to say about it. I know that there's probably some other comments about it, but once again, it's quite an interesting issue, especially when we're talking about whether somebody is going to come to our aid or not.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Commissioner Dennis Williams, please.
I pushed the button.
Okay, thank you. I'll close this out. I can understand when a false report is exactly that. It's a false alarm. But I want them to explain to a woman that is alone at night, living her life. Someone breaks in on her, they rape her, they brutally beat her, they give her a skull fracture, broken ribs, knock the teeth out of her mouth, a broken nose, dislocate an eye socket because the response didn't happen. I want y'all to explain that. Instead of doing away with not responding, what I would do is come up with a fine system as you've got 3 times for a false alarm and then you pay dearly. Don't jeopardize the life and the safety of our citizens because somebody was too damn stupid to turn off their alarm when they entered their own residence. Now, this is the kind of stuff that you should get angry about. This is what you should be talking about. With that, I close and call public safety adjournment. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions?
We have one addition, sir.
There's no objections like I had to. I'm sorry. Thought I'd be loud enough. Thank you. Okay. Okay. You go. Excuse me. What you say? You said you're going to leave? Oh, okay. You ready, Ms. Bonner?
I am, sir.
Would you like to read that?
Yes,
that
sir.
addition?
The addendum item is for further review of the current process for hiring of the city administrator. This
There's
was
no-
approved by the commission on August 16, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am, Ms. Bonner. We add that to the agenda without any objections? Okay. On the create a consent agenda, I'd like to consent. If there are any objections from my colleagues or just the committee, just please let me know. I'd like to consent item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, item number 6, item number 7, item number 8. I'd like to take off number 10 up until a later date.
We add that to the consent for
Yes,
deletion?
ma'am, add it to the consent.
Okay.
Item number 11. Item number 13. That's my consent agenda, if there's no objection.
So you're adding item 10 to the consent agenda?
To be taken off until a later date.
Can we add 12 or 14, or no?
No, I need 12.
12.
And 14. I got questions for both of those. Voting.
Mr. Hassan?
Oh, I'm sorry. When I start pressing one button, I think that goes for everything.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 9, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. Item number 9, discuss Hornsby Subdivision improvements led by the Cherry Avenue Revitalization Enterprise regarding housing rehabilitation of abandoned houses.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an item that many of us got some information a few months ago, maybe a month or so ago, about efforts being taking place over in the Hornsby Subdivision in East Augusta. Many of us grew up in East Augusta. Many of us up here, East Augusta babies, and a lot of folks in the audience are from East Augusta now that I look out and see. So there's some great work happening in the Hornsby Subdivision. And before I ask for Mr. Williams to come to the podium to update the commission on what's happening, I want to also just say that this item mirrors item 3 on engineering, and so I hope that we can disregard that item on engineering.
Mr.
Chairman, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, and the reason it is on 2 agendas because the street lighting falls under engineering, traffic engineering. So
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
that's the reason why.
Thank you. But I'm going to stop here and just ask Mr. Williams, Mr. Chairman, at your discretion, to come and give the commission an update on what they're doing to revitalize the Hornsby Subdivision.
Mr. Williams?
Good afternoon. My name is Donald J. Williams of 13.
You have 5 minutes, Mr. Williams.
I got you. It won't take 5. 1317 Cherry Avenue in East Augusta. I have a very simple ask of this body, and that is for your approval for my team to work with engineering services to determine appropriate signage to recognize the significance of Hornsby Subdivision. My letter to Commissioner Jordan specifically made mention of sign toppers that may be placed on top of the existing street signage in the neighborhood. I'm aware of other signage that is being erected across different neighborhoods, and that is the basis of my request to work with engineering services to determine what is best and cost effective, that it may be ultimately be presented to the commission at a later date. There are 10 intersections where we ask that sign toppers be placed. The toppers would clearly identify Hornsby Subdivision. And we believe this is a small investment for a neighborhood that has stood for 69 years. And if you'll indulge me for just a couple of minutes, let me tell you how this idea was originated. Hopefully all of you are aware of Hornsby Subdivision, and it was the vision of Walter Spurgeon Hornsby of the Pilgrim Health and Life Insurance Company, a black-owned business that was located at 12th and Gwinnett Street, now Laney Walker Boulevard. Mr. Hornsby was able to build approximately 174 single-family homes, the first in this community for black families. All of the parents of my Teen Care LLC were original Hornsby Subdivision families, having purchased in 1955. Our parents made very deliberate decisions not to relocate because they believed that Hornsby Subdivision was one of the best places to live in Augusta. We still own those homes today and maintain them in a way that would make our parents be proud. So who is CARE LLC? We are Cherry Avenue Revitalization Enterprises LLC. It's a group made up of children who were reared on Cherry Avenue, products of the Richmond County public school system. All of them went off to do great things in a variety of professions. At the appropriate time, you will get to meet the members of our team, but I do have one here, Dr. Randy Gunter, who is sitting right here behind me. Personally, I went off to the University of Georgia, got a commission in the Air Force in 1978, and after completing that first career, I went off into information technology with the IBM Corporation. I've returned to become a caregiver to my 95-year-old mother who still lives on Cherry Avenue at 1319, and so do I. I renovated the rental property next door to my mother only to realize just how many other properties in Hornsby needed attention. As a result, I introduced the notion to members of the CARE team that we needed to do something about the blight and vacant lots in Hornsby. We have purchased the first house at 1314 Cherry Avenue, and we've submitted our application to purchase 3 vacant lots from the land bank. Our intention is to renovate and rehabilitate, to uplift a community of people that has been neglected for too long. Our goal is not to just fix houses, but to work with the various agencies across Augusta to make East Augusta just as attractive as other communities for homeowners targeted to affordable home ownership. And as a recent retiree, I'll tell you, I could be doing other things.
30 seconds.
But I'm just stubborn enough to believe that we can make a difference in people's lives and to change the perception of East Augusta. It is definitely not the bottom. as some may refer to it. We are a proud group of people that produce some of the greatest talent you will meet. Thank you. We look forward to a favorable consideration of our requests.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. I think Mr. Williams said a mouthful, and I don't have much more to add to that conversation. If I was on your committee, I would make the motion, but I can't. But I will hope that his request would be honored by the committee.
Yes, I have one question for Mr. Williams. I have a question for you, please. Thank you. First, I want to say that's a very noble effort you and your care team is. I think you are all to be commended for that. But also, you mentioned about 3 properties in the land bank. Are those properties located in the Hornsby Subdivision?
Absolutely. 2 of them are on Rachel Street and 1 is on Artma Street.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion? And your motion, your question is, I'm sorry, my colleagues. Commissioner Bobby, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. You said signage. Give me an example of what you're trying to do.
Imagine a street sign, any street sign in the city. A sign topper would be an additional sign on top of the existing street sign. And in this case, it would indicate it's Hornsby Subdivision, some semblance of to recognize that particular community.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at, if you have a particular street, you don't have a variety of signs. All of them are going to say Hornsby Subdivision.
That's correct.
So you just want Hornsby Subdivision over the street names.
That's correct.
Okay, so how would we make a motion? I would make a motion that we allow.
Well, you can work with engineering service. Engineering service will tell us what's the best way to approach this.
That's my ask.
That's his ask.
I'm saying, but you want a motion now, though, right?
Yes, so we're waiting for a motion.
Okay, so we just want a motion that we allow Mr. Williams and Cherry
Avenue Revitalization Enterprises
to work with engineering to
address this.
To address signage for the Hornsby Subdivision.
Commissioner Franklin?
This is simple.
Second, you're good.
Okay. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
No, he may do that. He may do something different. So you're not there yet.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Item number 12, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 12. It's cut off from the agenda, sir, so I'm trying to.
You can read on the sign. It said,
so they put it on the screen, sir.
Okay. Motion to approve the HCD's request for 50-50 partnership with Honet Habitat 3 LLC to develop 3 workforce housing units, new construction within the Laney Walker Bethlehem area located at 1409 Maple Street, 1411 and 1413 Maple Street.
Thank you, ma'am. Your names, ma'am?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm Shanna Carcom, Development Manager with Housing and Community Development.
Okay. Well, Ms. Shannon, last time Mr. Welcher was here, I expressed some concerns about the entity. He made mention that this was the first time that we've doing business with the entity, and I asked him to try to give us some historical documentation of it. I don't see anything in here make reference. He gave something that was put together August 11th or something. Our meeting might have been on the 6th and something like that. And so they put that together for us on the 11th, but it still doesn't give me the history of them. Another concern I do have is I know historically most of the departments, when they deal with entities, they have a 5-year time span. You know, they deal with those and I'm trying to figure how does this entity get on the list? There was the open process and things of that nature. So still I don't see what I'm looking for about the company itself, about their history and who they are. I see something about the young lady, it's the owner of the company, what their intentions are, but I was looking for some historical documentation of who they are and what they have done, other than just showing us what their intentions are.
Okay, so
that's just my concern. You know.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, other members of the commission. So I think our intent, Mr. Commissioner, for the most part, is that we're following kind of due process. You know, this is a developer who, for the most part, is very seasoned. We're very excited about. If you would take the opportunity to sort of listen to, we would ask for you to do that and ask questions later if you would.
Say that again, sir.
We would ask for the opportunity to allow our partner, Highland Habitat, Mr. Ailes, the opportunity to you asked to sort of who is this entity, you know, who is the actual development partner. So what we've done is we've made sure that we not only provided you information that is absent, but we also made sure that Ms. Ailes was here from Miami, Florida, to sort of present to you today. Yes, sir. Okay. She's standing to my right, so you make sure she's here from Florida to be sure that she's able to answer all of your questions, if possible.
Okay, well, she wasn't introduced, so I didn't know who she was. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
How you do, ma'am?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. My concern, ma'am, is normally last week you had no information here 2 weeks ago about the entity other than what the intent was between your organization and the city. I see something here in the book now. It is dated August 11th, and I think the meeting might have been August the 6th or something like that. So the information was put together after that about your entity. So what I was looking for is from a historical documentation of who you were and what you've done.
Sure. So, how do you do the clicker? So over the past few years, my name is Bria Els. I'm the owner of Honette Habitat. And over the past 8 to 10 years, I've worked in development and healthcare ground-up construction. And over the last 4 to 3 years, I've worked with developers in Dallas, Texas, to do affordable housing, workforce housing. And this point here, I've been working with HCD for the last 8 months, and looking at the development opportunities here in Augusta. My background is real estate development. I'm an architect by trade, and I do real estate and construction management. So I have a knowledge of breadth of development and what it consists of. So we've put together this project. We've put together this development plan. What we've done is to ensure that the project is executed on time, on budget, and along the methodology that HCD practice is putting a team together where, as myself, our team as an owner will be the project manager, and we're working with local contractors. We're working with a local real estate broker that knows the lay of the land, that's allowed to provide us more insight and positioning the property, and knowing exactly what to build, what to design and build that will fit into the local geographic landscape. So there's different approaches. Our main approach here is, because we're doing affordable housing, it's a very tight means of methodology of construction in terms of financial. So along with HCD, we've come to understanding that the two best approach in our practice to make sure this is a quality built house, and also that also captures the local elevation, the local architecture, and especially it's in a historical district, to not just come in brand new, is we're focusing on impactful facades, and we're focusing on efficient and economic interior. So we want to make sure that this house is well space planned, it's vivible, it's something that the homeowners, even though it would be their starter home, it is a space that they could be proud of, and it could be function for their family and their expansion. So one of the things that we started to do is doing what we call a local existing condition assessment of a neighborhood. As you can see, these 3 images here are images of houses that are currently located within that corridor of the Maple Street and Nicholas Street area. And just to understand what is the existing, what is the historical characteristic, architectural characteristic. Our goal as a developer is not to come in and implement something brand new. Our goal is to really come in and have a reference to the historical characteristic of the neighborhood, and within the interiors implement a more modern and a more spatial and a more efficient design. So what we've actually deduced is that craftsmanship architecture is one of the dominant architecture within the area, and we've also deduced that in the existing neighborhoods there are no front facade garages. So we had to be very mindful of how do we integrate a new housing type, which has a front garage, and also how do we take into consideration and implement the historical craftsmanship architecture to make sure that it actually there's a synergy between the existing and this new development.
Ms. Brea, excuse me for a moment, please. For sake of time, I saw most of it in here, but what I was looking for actually, I see your background, your profile is definitely was in there, but I was looking for some homes and things that you had built, or you had been involved in. Those are the kind of things I look for, especially when we didn't have a history together, and that's what I was trying to figure out. And like I said, I know he has a running list of vendors that he does business with, and that's not to exclude you, but I was just wondering, with this process, how did we get here? I'm going to move away from that question, but I actually was looking for a body of work that you had done, some homes that you may have built yourself. I've seen pretty much everything you were showing me, but I'm fine with that. Any other questions from my colleagues? Yes, sir. You want to say something, Mr. Welcher?
No, sir. I mean,
Okay.
what I was going to say, sir, if you're looking for additional as-built development properties and pictures, we can provide that for you as early as tomorrow, or at least by Thursday.
Mr.
That's what it
Yes,
takes.
thank you, sir. Commissioner Bobby Williams?
If you still have unreadiness, we can move it forward without a recommendation and let Mr. Welcher do a presentation at the next,
That's
at the
fine.
commission meeting.
That's fine, that's fine. Mr. Commissioner Scott?
I was going to say the same thing. That
Y'all
we
can
need
make
to.
a motion to that degree then.
You make the motion, Ms. Scott.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that Mr. Welcher come back, that it move forward to the commission with some additional information coming from Ms. Director Welcher next week.
Second.
So this will be going forward with no recommendation, with the
recommendation.
additional request for
Right,
information?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
okay.
I'm sorry, did you want to have some, Commissioner Johnson? I'm sorry.
Just a question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bonner, hold up on the votes, please.
Just for clarity, we just want to see photos of her scope of work, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I want to
just
see
wanna
some
make
of
sure
the
I have
history in terms
clarity.
of her body of work and what have you.
Okay.
That's what I asked for last week as well.
Okay.
Okay. You can vote, Ms. Bonner, you can count the votes now.
Yes, sir. Waiting for everybody to vote. Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, now where am I now? 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to get back to where I'm supposed to be.
Item 14 is a motion to approve award of contract to prepare construction documents for construction of new facilities for Augusta Fleet Management to Dickinson Architects of Augusta in the amount of $108,000 for Phase 1 and 8.5% of construction costs for Phase 2.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Administrator, my question is for yourself. You can correct me now if I'm wrong on this. This is to be built as what, a fleet management facility?
Yes.
I thought, like I said, I was under the impression that the commission was decided it was going to stay on Broad Street and make some renovations there. Was that was not the case?
No, sir, not to my knowledge. The SPLOST 7 included funding for design and land acquisition, and then SPLOST 8 includes funding for construction. And the last notes that I have of record include combining both the existing fleet facility with the Augusta Fire Department into one consolidated facility. Location was still to be determined. So while the Central Services Department is now working on design, they will bring back a proposal for a location.
So, with this location, you haven't found a location yet?
Right now, in cooperation with the fire department, we are looking at the location of Louisville.
Have you purchased it yet?
No, it's nothing to purchase.
No. Is our own property?
Yes, our own property.
Commissioner, as I stated earlier, a location proposal will be coming back to you. Today's item is for the design only of the project.
Okay, well, do me a favor, though, but Ms. Bonner, y'all can help me, because I thought, now I could be wrong, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but I thought we had agreed to stay on Broad Street, you know, that's what I thought, but okay. All right, is there any other question? Oh, Mr. Clark?
Yes, I have one. If we're not going to stay on Broad Street, why did we just spend a whole bunch of money building a new building at the facility on Broad Street?
Sir, the money that was spent was for the engineering traffic division. It was not related to the fleet division. And I am not stating today that we're not staying on Broad Street. That will be a determination by the commission. However, SPLOST 7 has funding for design and land acquisition. And as I stated previously, the last conversation I was aware of included a consolidated facility with a location to be determined. So if the commission would like that location to be on Broad Street, then we could assess the site for that as well.
Okay.
And bring back to you a recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I just talked about that, so I'll try to see, can I find anything different, but that was my impression. I could be dead wrong, and I'll apologize in advance. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Williams?
Yes, sir. So this is just for the design, okay? So I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Come on, Ms. Scott.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
One more item.
And we have the addendum item.
The addendum item. Ms. Bonner, you passed them all out?
Yes, sir.
You want me to read it then?
No.
And I don't have it either.
Well, I've already read it, but I'll read it again.
Please
Further
do.
review the current process for the hiring of the city administrator.
All righty. Commissioner Mason.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I'm not part of this committee, but I would seek consensus with this commission that we table this until our new mayor and the new commission come in. I would like to see them be a part of this process where they will be working with that administrator. We're not in a particular hurry for any particular reason. We do have an administrator already sitting in the seat doing the job right now. But I do just want to put that on your hearts and on your heads to think about allowing this commission or the new commission to handle this process as it relates to the hiring of an administrator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Frantham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I agree that the committee or commission can handle the hiring. I would hope that the commission body would maybe start the process like December 1st and maybe leave it open for 45 days and then the interviews start January 15th or something, or February 1st even, because, I mean, time is precious, and I think that we do something like that and then agree on the fact of a regional search is my thoughts, but again, the body rules. But I would like to see us start December 1st posting on a regional search, 30 to 45 days open, and then start the interview processes around February 1st, Mr. Chairman.
Can we get a motion on that?
Can I get a motion?
I'm sorry. Second. Commissioner McKnight, you had a question? Okay. Anybody any other questions?
I mean, one more comment, I guess, is the fact that we have to have the discussion about the requirements of years of service. And I think from this standpoint, based on the fact that our current situation, our government, I would like to change that to 6 months of like experience from I think it's 3 years on the documentation, so that people have the opportunity to apply for that position. So that would be part of the motion as well.
And is that to move from what? To 6 months?
From 3 to 5 years to 6 months.
Okay. Anything else that comes to mind for anybody else? Because what I was going to do, if you don't mind,
Sure.
to all my colleagues here, I think everybody should weigh in on this. If we're going to move forward based on what my colleague, Commissioner Francis, is suggesting, that the attorney you kind of look at what we're proposing, because obviously it looks like it may be by next Tuesday, we'll vote on it if we move in that direction. So is there anything else that you see the commission need to consider? Will you send an email out to all of us to say this also needs to be considered to make sure we stay in line with where we need to go? I'm not asking you to determine terms and stuff for us, but just something needs to be considered.
Can't do that.
Sir? I'm saying something we may be overlooking. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if that's the will of the body, I will work with HR regarding that matter.
No problem. No problem. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. In regards to the comments made by Commissioner Franham, in lowering the requirements from 3 to 5 years to 6 months, or like experience, I think we need some clarification around what like experience would be. Does that mean a department head could apply? I mean, they run a department. I'm just thinking out loud here. I mean, that's a big decrease in the requirements for the job. I mean, we're the second or third largest municipality in the state of Georgia, and I know that we want to recruit at the best level, or at least find the most appropriate person for this job. So if we're going to lower this, I think we need to have some parameters around what that experience really looks like.
Well, for me, I think it's very easy that we can solve it. For me, just leave it on the next year. Just leave it on the next year, and we don't have, because we got a lot that we are going fighting an uphill battle about, and I think it is to try to sit here and start piecing together on the floor is unfair to the process. To your point as well, and but if we leave it alone till you all decide next year, I'm fine with that. If I can get a substitute motion to that degree, that's what we can do. Leave it on to next year. Can't get a substitute motion on that? To that?
No, I'm ready to roll. So we can toss it out on to next
Well,
Tuesday.
then we'll deal with it.
And I think we can have a deeper discussion too. I don't think that we have to. We might punt today, but.
Okay, we'll go. What's the motion, Ms. Bonner?
The motion is to change the requirements to 6 months or like, and start the advertising process around December 1st for 30 to 45 days, and interviews February. He gave a February 1st date, sir.
Sure, February 1st.
I got a substitute.
I think you may be a little late now.
No.
You're not late, too late, Mr. Bonner?
No, I mean, we haven't voted on it.
Go ahead.
The only word I want to change, like you said, like experience, I just want to say administrative experience, period.
Administrative.
That way we don't get into the blue and the gray and the what have you, that the person has to have administrative experience.
That's administrative can be.
Well, I got administrative. I'm over the administrative chair. Can I apply?
Well, you know what type of administrative experience I'm talking about.
Your salary will reflect that as well.
Administrative.
$15,000.
I think you could either be an administrator or assistant administrator, somebody like that. We're not talking about a department head or director or whatever. We're talking about administrative experience. As an administrator or an assistant administrator.
Who made the motion? You did?
I did.
You did?
Voted up or voted down.
Okay.
Did I get a second? I didn't get a second.
No, sir.
Oh, you didn't?
Don't
I'm
worry
sorry.
about it, miss. Don't worry about it, miss. I didn't get a second.
Let's just.
It's going to be discussed.
We didn't get no second?
Don't worry about it.
Under what?
So we do have a primary motion, though, right?
No, we just stay with the like.
Go ahead, Ms. Bonner. Read it again.
Well, we read it.
Read it again, please, Ms. Bonner.
Next week.
Let's stay with the light. We'll go ahead and vote on it.
I mean,
Sir, you wanted it read again?
I'd
Is that what
appreciate
you're
it.
saying? Okay. The motion was to revise the experience to 6 months with person with like experience, to advertise the position by December 1st, to be open from 30 to 45 days with interviews starting February 1st, 2023.
can I
Okay.
clarify my motion? I'm going to change my motion because I don't like the way it sounds. Like
Go.
from a like standpoint, it needs to be administrator experience.
You want to amend that to say administrator
It can vote thumbs
Commissioner,
down.
Commissioner
Yep.
Bobby, we,
No, I'm getting ready to go to the restroom.
now we can't get a motion straight. That's why I say you leave it alone.
No, he changed it to administrator or assistant.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come to you next. I'm gonna come to Commissioner Franklin. You got your changes in?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay, I'll go to Commissioner Clark.
No, I was just, no, I didn't mean to press that. I had a song in mind.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
We're gonna do some singing.
No, I had a song in mind. It's called "I Overlooked an Orchid While Searching for a Rose."
Yeah.
That's just a good song.
Commissioner Johnson.
I don't know how to come back after that one. But, Mr. Chairman, what I will say is that, and I'm not on this committee, however, I think we're getting ourselves into too much detail here. If we change the wording from like to administrator experience, and in that case, say this was the language years ago, our administrator now would not have had the opportunity to have been an administrator. She would not have had the opportunity to shine the way she has done already. So I think it might just be, I'm with you, Mr. Chairman, that we should just wait, put this off for a second. We're not in a rush to decide anything on the floor, because I think what's going to happen is we're going to get ourselves in a position to back ourselves into a corner. And I'm not sure that we would want to make that decision. I don't think it's wise to back ourselves into that corner. Again, if we had administrator experience in the language beforehand, Administrator Dallas would not have been able to be in the position she's in now. And then that goes to any other department director as well, because we have some great department heads who would make great city administrators. So just if my 2 cents mean anything, not being on this committee, I just think we ought to pump our brakes here a little bit.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've got to be careful in terms of how we're talking about this, because first of all, that's the reason why I said put it off until the first of the year, because now, see, we're sitting here debating that which we shouldn't be debating based on what I had stated in the first place. But I want to make sure that we're clear so that it's a fair process. This is not about any one individual or another. So when we start throwing names out here, that's kind of unfair to the process. Now, if we're going to have a fair process, let's have a fair process. It's open to whomever we decide it's open to, and not for any one particular person or another. That's important to note. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, of course, I'm not on your committee. I still believe the best course of action is to handle it after the new year. That's the best course of action. If we can't get that, we're going to talk about it again on next Tuesday, maybe to be in people's thought process what would be the best thing to do. Because as you clearly see, we're already having some concerns and issues already. But again, let's be fair to the process. Let's allow those that's going to be participating that will be up here that have to work with whomever it may be and be a part of that process. I will just hope that that's what we could come up with.
Well, I absolutely agree with you, Commissioner. I've always felt that way. It should, the next year, I just can't get a.
Let me state that.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
I agree with both Commissioners, 4th and 6th, that some of us are not going to be returning, and I think it would be an injustice of those that are coming in that's going to participate in this. I think that they should have full say-so, conversation, and vote. So I agree that I think that we should just wait until next year.
Commissioner Bobby Williams?
Let's vote. That's all I have to say. Let's vote on it. Vote it
Okay.
up or vote it down.
Any more comments? Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Son?
Oh, I thought, I guess I did press my button. I did now. It ain't showing up. I done okay. Yeah. Is that a backhand?
That motion carries 3-1 with Mr. Hassan voting no.
Ms. Bonner, that adjourns administrative services.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bonner, engineering is ready when you are.
Yes, sir. All right, we're ready, sir.
All righty. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
I do have one deletion for you. Commissioner Jordan asked that we delete agenda item number 4 since it was handled in the...
Number 3, maybe?
I have 2 different engineering services.
Oh, okay.
Are we doing the update on Bussey Road?
Yes, sir. That should be one. And there was a mix-up on, it was 2 minutes on the agenda.
Okay.
And we had to delete one, so that moved all the items up.
Okay, that's the one I printed out.
Okay. So,
All right, well, we will delete item number 3 then, since it was discussed in the previous committee. And if my committee members don't object, I'd like to consent the following items. 5, 6. What's 4? Oh, 4 as well. Sorry. I got it. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Number 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19. Was that? Okay. 21. Huh?
Did you say 19 consent?
Yes.
he pulled, okay. He had questions
Commissioner
on
Jordan
both of those.
22 and 23. And if I could get a motion to that.
Ms. Bonner, can you read them back off, please? I have a question about 21.
Yeah, 21 was pulled off.
That's Catherine's item.
Ms. Bonner, can you read those back off, please?
Yes, sir. Consent agenda consists of, starting with the deletion of item number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 16, 17, and 21. You had a question for 17? And 18, so 19 is okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Which 22 and 23 added to the consent as well? Mr. Chairman. 22 and 23.
I don't have
She didn't
We
add
had
that.
22 and 23 as well.
And I'm gonna leave 21 on. I'm gonna leave 21 on.
Okay, 22, 23.
And Commissioner
Okay.
Johnson said he's okay with 21. All right.
He wants to add 21 now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion, and did I get a second on that?
Second.
All right. Voting, please.
Mr. Hassan?
All right, that's 2 in a row.
Consent agenda is unanimous.
Thank you. And if we can just go top to bottom, please.
Okay. Item number 1 is an update on Bussey Road.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McCoy has been coming down here for the last 3 or 4 years, but it's much longer than that. I'm not trying to take any of your thunder away from you, Ms. McCoy. However, I know, as Dr. Malik has sent out to us, that we did make a decision about how we was going to deal with this moving forward. And so as a reminder, Dr. Malik and your staff to say exactly what the intentions is for that area of Bussey Road. That's what you was mentioning. That's the most feasible way to do it, is when you get in that vicinity that you bring Bussey Road into play. I think one of the main things, I'm gonna let you elaborate on, but I think the biggest hindrance for you has been the widening of it, based on our standards, is not wide enough, so you've been trying to get some of the property owners to donate some property so you can widen the road. So the question becomes twofold once you give us an answer, and that is, number 1, give us an update, and also let us know, is that a state statute, is that a local statute, because the road is kind of like, and Ms. McCoy, no offense here, it's kind of like off the beaten path, so we can set our own standards. That may help us as well. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Dr. Malik, do you want to give us a quick?
Yes, sir. So as I provided in the update, really on the first page is a summary. So engineering presented a whole detail back in July, on July 14, 2021, to this body and then the full commission, where we were from the concept design. As far as the standards goes, that's the dirt road standards adopted by this body back in 1998, and that's also part of the package there. That's the attachment 1. It shows Exhibit C of that one. So we're just following those guidelines for all the dirt roads.
Dr. Malik, in regards to the properties on this road, can you expound a little bit on the right-of-way acquisitions that you tried to get through?
So there are 7 parcels served by this road, the 4 on the west side and 3 on the east side. So last year we attempted to contact it all, and there's a summary in the package, and I'm going to read it. So that time there was only one property owner was agreeing to donate the parcel or give up the land to make this road. There was the other one, that property owner was okay with the concept but not willing to donate the road, the property, because that's the standard process for the dirt roads. Then there's another one, they were not willing to, they're not willing to even do the project, for city to do the project or donate the property, and there are 3 more which we are not even able to find the owner. Either they were diseased or something, so they were not clear title. So again, the standard is all property owners has to agree to pave the road. So that was not met in this case either. If we pave the road, as I mentioned previously, and not having a drainage system, it's going to flood the neighbors, and basically then be exposing a city liability, which is not there right now. So right now, we have a larger project, which we call the Forest Hill drainage improvements. So this Buzzy Road is part of that project. So as we move forward with that project, like East Augusta, really that's the key example I can put it down. We are in a preliminary design phase right now. It may take other 3 to 4 years to finish that up. And then we will, engineering will have some sort of phase approach because of the funding. And then wherever that Buzzy Road fall and whatever that phase, then it will be handled that time with that project. So it will not be treated as a dirt road that time. It will be part of the overall drainage improvement at that time. Engineering did attempt it to go after the fund when the state put it out. That ARP money is available for, drainage and water and sewer. So that was $8 million we attempted, but actually I guess I didn't get any money from any of the projects.
All right. Commissioner Hassan, did you have any further questions?
Yes, I was. I heard him mention that about having the permission of the property owners, the ones who would not even reach. You said, he just said that didn't matter pretty much in this issue if you're going to pave the road. I'm trying to, because I couldn't hardly hear you when you said something about other owners you're not able to contact.
Right. So the decision that last year was July 14, 2021, was to move this Buzzy Road back into the overall Forest Hill Subdivision Bridge and Improvement Project. So that's what we did. So we're kind of overall developing the plan for this entire drainage basin. That will include the Buzzy Road.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you let Ms. McCoy have a few comments, please?
Yes, Ms. McCoy, how are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Francine McCoy, and I live at 3102 Bussy Road. Now, I'm not sure exactly who the one resident in that said no, but if it's the person that's on the other side of me, it's a dead end. So my house would start it for Bussy Road if that other person does not want their property interfered with. Now, I also have a letter going back to December 1997 from the Honorable Larry E. Scorners that was talking about Bussy Road also, because the original petition was done in 1947 with my grandmother. So as for the laws and the laws being changed, I'm not sure about everything. But the other property that's on the other side of me has been vacant since I've been down here in '85. And those owners, deceased, whatever, and the family members was in New Jersey, according to my father, and we had no contact with those people at all. So those two pieces I can speak on. And as for giving up our property, some of our property, no, we do not want to give up some of our property. Personally, for me, 3102, when the surveyors came out, I was there. They came up on my porch. So that means I'm going to lose my porch area, and the road is going to be right up in my doorway. And for this here, Bussy Road, as you said, it's only a few houses. It's a curve. It's really a dead end because it's a curve. And if you could show them the picture of Bussy Road that you gave me, Dr. Malik, you would see it's not attached to any other main road of any kind. So therefore, it's just a matter of getting Bussy Road paved. The Postal Service go on Bussy Road. The Sanitation Department goes on Bussy Road. If there's a need for the fire department, because even with Hidden Haven, they was built in '98. We was supposed to get it paved once that community was built. And it still has not been paved from '98 to now. So, yes, we want to know what's going on with Bussy Road. And I had a couple of my neighbors here, and they had to go home for personal reasons, medications and whatnot. So,
Ms. McCoy, do you think it would be helpful if you could help our director locate some of these property owners to make sure that, I'm just saying, if everybody's in agreement on this road, that they want this road paved, and there's gonna have to be some property that's given up just because of the way that the codes are written, I mean, that's really what has held up this project, if I'm understanding that. I know that there are some plans to move forward to do something with it in regards to drainage through this Forest Hill Drainage Improvement Project, but in regards to getting the actual road paved, I think that there's going to have to be some coordination with the neighbors to make sure that this gets done. So.
okay, I've talked with the neighbors. One of the ladies that was here just a minute ago, her property, the front of her property, the hedges was put down by her mother. She is the third generation in that house also. I'm the third generation in my house. So it's very sentimental with her. As for the sewage, that sewage line is right there on Bussy Road at Inez, because it's right on the corner from my house. So I can see when the sewage people come around, they go down in the ground, they have to use all kinds of, they brought somebody from retirement out to find out where the line was at. And I've seen them do the sewer lines. So it's really not on somebody's property, it's on the road itself for the sewer line.
All right. Dr. Malik, do you have anything else that you could add to help, at least on a timeline?
I mean, we're moving forward with the overall project we have, and the timeline for that is probably another 3 to 4 years to complete at least the design, and then as we're doing some other drainage projects, you're gonna phase out, and each SPLOST probably, we're gonna request funding in each SPLOST.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Malik, did you not tell me face to face it was on the agenda to be paved in the spring of 2020? Face to face.
Ma'am, that's back in July 20th, the recommendation, that's when the property owners denied the right-of-way acquisition, and that's why the paving did not continue. So if the right-of-way portion is not taken care of, we can't move forward with paving the road. That's really what the holdup has been. Right.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, sir. And I'm just asking because I'm trying to find it here. Dr. Malik, I don't know whether you've seen what Ms. Buster was talking about in 1998 with Mayor Larry Scanias, when that was Commissioner J.B. Powell was the chairman, and the members of the Engineering Service Committee. They created an unpaved dirt road subcommittee, had recommendations, and I guess they created the criteria there. Has the criteria changed from the time that they did that, where Ms. McCoy is making reference to that she would have qualified as standing, or did it say at that particular time she'd have to get some more right-of-way acquisition need to take place? Have you seen that?
To my knowledge, the criteria that was adopted in 1997, and that's part of the package, and that did not change.
Mm-hmm. And so at that time, you're saying it still was right-of-way acquisition needed to come into play, or did the road actually qualify?
Yes, sir, that's number 4 on that criteria.
Mm-hmm.
That's from 97.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question.
And as I said, the right-of-way, in case we're less than 50 feet or no deeded right-of-way exists, the adjacent property would be expected to donate. So what is the width of that property, do you know? Of the street?
It's really just a driveway. It's 10 feet to maybe 17 feet. It just varies.
Hmm.
It's a gravel road, and engineering's maintain it whenever we get a call.
And so you need to, so in that instance, you need to I guess obtain quite a bit of right of way from the owners. I mean, from the rest of the property owners, right?
Right.
Yes, sir, because those sewer line is there, I think water line is there. For us to put the storm line, you know, we're gonna need additional right-of-way. Even we don't go with that, but still additional right-of-way needed. If we don't put the storm line, when you pave the road, the water has to go somewhere, and it's highly likely you're gonna go to the adjacent neighborhood.
Okay. Well, that's what it's saying. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I read what the letter from Honorable Larry Stonyers wrote? Just a portion about Bussey Road. Mr. Shepherd, Bussey Road connects with Inez Street with Church Road, and it was marked on the tax maps as a private road, but it is actually maintained by the former city over the past 12 years by Mr. Gorns. Recommends that due to the maintenance of the road, it had in fact been accepted and should be added to the list of unpaved dirt roads and given consideration within that system for ranking.
Alrighty, well, once again, the work order that we're seeing from 1997 clearly states the requirement for the right-of-way, and that's been the holdup all along. So, well, basically, you're going from a 10-foot driveway to a 50-foot road. Yeah. So,
Ms.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, so Ms. McCoy, those other property owners, I think you might have already mentioned that. Do you know any of them? Whether the kids got the property or anything?
I know the owners.
Yeah, because that's...
Once it's there, yes, I
Yes,
know.
ma'am, because I see the biggest hindrance even back to 97 and 98, it is, and what they did then is created because I'm looking at it, they created a dirt road system, and they created a point system. And one of the criteria, main criteria, is it have to be about 50 feet. And so even the letter you just read, it seemed as though he said within that system. So that system has a bunch of, laws and things that we have to abide by, and that may be the biggest hurdle that we have. I think Dr. Malik said he can do it because there's two things there that he's saying, and trust me, I want your road paved. For anybody, for the tenacity and what you put in here, so just as I've been here, you deserve the road paved, and I can get Commissioner Garrett to go out and pave it by itself. But anyway, but I just think that
I got a lot of dirt roads in my district.
But also what is hindering us, what Dr. Malik is saying, just to pave your road is not going to be sufficient. He believes that also that it's going to create a drainage system on persons that probably behind you from how the road will be paved. So you're going to also have to put in a sewer system underground as well. And so that's why the additional width is needed as well, to have some sense of doing it the right way.
If it's going to affect those other residents on the other side of Bussey Road, how come they can't give up some of their property?
You can't put the road through that property if the road's in front of yours. Commissioner McKnight?
I've been, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been back there a few times on Bussey Road, looked at it, and I've talked to a few residents who have called me. This has been going on now since I, came on the commission a year and a half ago. One resident said, that she wanted it paved, but when I told her that she was going to have to give up some of her property, she said, well, forget it. I'm not doing that. She said, I'd like to see it paved just like it is, the same width as it is now, which is that dirt road, which is scraped mostly, correct, Mr. Malik? But I explained to her that wasn't going to be able to, that couldn't happen, that they couldn't go out and just pave right over the same width as what it is now. And so, if I'm not mistaken, you've got to have everybody pretty much on that road, which I think there's, 7 houses maybe? 7 houses. You've got to have, I believe, everybody on board with wanting to give up some property in order to do this, and there's already one resident over there that says she's not willing to give up. So I'm at a standstill as a commissioner for District 3 on what to do, so I'm like to figure out a way to work with you and everybody on Bussey Road, but we've got to take a little bit of property in order to have drainage. Dr. Malik, correct, on drainage? you got to widen it in order to have,
Well, drainage and safety vehicles.
Okay.
And the
Right,
general code. I mean, there are specifications for roads when they're improved from dirt to paving. I've had the same issues in my district with numerous dirt roads where, you know, citizens want them paved. They're actually much wider than 10 foot, but once we start that process of going through saying, hey, we're going to need some right of way, people tell us no. And so it's one of those things, if you're not willing to give up the property to have the paved road, then there's not a lot that we can do other than continue to maintain it.
I'd like to see it paid for you. I know that because I've been back there and I know what it's like after a good storm. But maybe everybody will get on board and be willing to give up some property in order to have it happen.
I know with two of the houses on the lower end of Bussey Road, that owner has sold their property. It's two vacant houses. I don't know who to get in touch with that, to find out about that. And like I said, the piece of property, that's a lot. It's been a lot since I've been here, since '85. My father knew that person. When they died, I guess their children or cousins or whatever, they lived in New Jersey. I did not know who they were, so I don't know who the residents are of that piece of property either. But the remaining properties that has owners, I've talked to them. We want it paved. It was only one person that said no, and they're on the other side of me, so if they don't want it to go all the way down to the dead end, it still doesn't have to go down to the dead end of their property.
Okay.
All right, I will entertain a motion to receive this as information, even as frustrating as that is, but Ms. McCoy, please help us if you can in regards to some of those neighbors.
Motion to receive as information.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. Ms. McCoy.
It's unanimous.
All right. Next item, please.
Item number 2, Mr. Randy Sasser, regarding excessive traffic volume and speed on Pleasant Home Road.
Mr. Sasser?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Randy Sasser. I live at 3313 Quaker Spring Road, 30907.
All right, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission, for the opportunity to speak to you in this forum. And thank you all for your service to our community. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. I'm here today to ask you for some help in addressing the traffic volume and speed on Pleasant Home Road. Georgia Department of Transportation deems Pleasant Home Road a neighborhood collector road. This is very important terminology, so I'm going to try my best to get it right. Neighborhood collector road, and it was given a letter grade D by the Georgia Department of Transportation. Pleasant Home Road is used abundantly by many commuters from Columbia County, and it is acting as a connector road between Riverwatch Parkway, Washington Road, major thoroughfares, to Walton Way, Bobby Jones, other major thoroughfares. Pleasant Home Road was not designed to handle the volume and especially the speed of a connector road. This is a neighborhood collector road. For us that live along the Pleasant Home Road corridor, we ask, how do we improve Pleasant Home Road as a neighborhood collector? In several community discussions, we see several options for improvements. The number one option, and I'm going to have to ask for a little visualization in your minds here, but there is a little stub road at the north end of Pleasant Home Road that connects Pleasant Home Road to Riverwatch Parkway. 95% of that road is Columbia County. That's where the county line bisects. So I would like to think, all of this horsepower up here, we could get some concessions from Columbia County to eliminate that little stub road. If that's not feasible, the good news is Richmond County we control the signal light at Pleasant Home Road and Washington Road. I would ask very much that that signal light be reprogrammed so that you can make left and right turns only. No straight across onto Pleasant Home Road. That's simple. That's not going to cost a whole lot of money. Excuse me, I'll get away from the microphone. I'll move around when I talk. I'm sorry. I'll pass the plate later on. But that's a simple fix, and that would eliminate a lot of traffic coming as commuters are trying to get to and from work using our collector road as a connector road. Moving on, there is some other options. We would suggest adding 2 3-way or 4-way stop signs on Pleasant Home Road. The location of those stop signs, in our opinion, would be at the Foxhall Drive intersection and then at the Crofton Subdivision intersection, Quaker Spring Road. That's right on a blind curve on Pleasant Home Road. So it's a challenging little spot for sure. There are some concerns with stop signs. People run stop signs. So, okay, here's somebody flying down the road, they failed to yield. Okay, I could see there is some possible safety concerns there with stop signs. Another option would be adding 2 traffic circles on Pleasant Home Road. The exact location we can talk about, we can get with engineering and try to figure out where would that fit the most effective for slowing people down primarily on Pleasant Home Road, and then also helping to lower the traffic as people choose more convenient, more direct, faster ways to get to where they're going. The other option is adding 2 signal lights. We can talk about that. That's probably the most expensive, needless to say, option in my mind anyway. So adding this 2 stop signs at 2 different intersections, that would be the lowest cost in my mind. We do have some safety concerns.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Traffic circles are the most desirable, most likely the most difficult. We would probably have to get some right-of-way, but it would substantially reduce the speed. Traffic signals are probably the most expensive, least effective, if not programmed correctly. Our main goal is to decrease the speed on Pleasant Home Road, allowing neighbors that live in that corridor to safely get onto and off of Pleasant Home Road safely. By decreasing the speed, physically making cars substantially slow or stop should decrease the volumes as the commuters find other ways to go, and then eliminate the convenience of connecting to these major thoroughfares with a neighborhood collector road that's not designed for that. So what I'm asking here before, I've been before this body in a different forum, Planning and Development Commission, the County Commission, protesting petitions to rezone property on Pleasant Home Road. And one of those major protests in that petition was traffic on Pleasant Home Road. So one more second. There's another petition coming before Planning and Development Commission on the 7th. I'm going to be speaking against that based off the volume. Not because I don't want the development. I don't want the additional volume. And what we need in that area is high quality, low density housing. That's going to mitigate a lot of our problems.
Right,
so I'm asking the committee today to assign a project to engineering to work with us and develop some ideas here on how we can address this traffic on Pleasant Home Road. And we stand ready to work with the community to build consensus and do what we need to do to move it forward. Sorry for the long window.
Hey, you almost made it. Our traffic engineer, John Ussery, is here, and I think that he is coming forward to offer his expertise in this field, as well as maybe some answers to some of the questions in regards to traffic management. And before you get started, Mr. Ussery, got one question.
Yes, sir.
Will this road ever be reclassified from a neighborhood collector to a connector?
Not if I have a voice left in this community.
Wait.
So I have an answer to your question, and let me go through what I was going to go through a little bit about the definition of a collector road.
Okay.
And then I did reach out to the state because the state of Georgia is the one that classifies all our streets.
Well, and before you get started, a little FYI, Mr. Sasser, the part of the road that you were talking about close to Riverwatch, that's state. That's a state road, so we have no. Mr. Sasser, you can have a seat if you want to. You're making our attorney nervous.
So we're on good terms. We're good. Good afternoon, commissioners. We did meet with Mr. Sasser and the other gentleman. I forget your name, Mr. Mahaffey, prior to this agenda item. So we did discuss a lot of these things in that meeting. So let me clarify a few things. I know he said it was a neighborhood collector road. The state of Georgia doesn't have that classification. If you look at our circulation element, this is a collector road. So it is what it is. Let me define what that is so we're all sort of talking about the same thing. A collector road is a low to moderate capacity road which serves to move traffic from local streets to arterial roads. So if you look at the layout of the street system in this area, that is what Pleasant Home does. There's a lot of neighborhoods and apartment complexes and churches and senior homes and
what's the average traffic count on that road? Do you know?
I'm getting there.
All right.
So if you just look at the street circulation, that is how the street is behaving as a collector street. As far as the traffic volume on Washington Road near Pleasant Home Road is over 22,000 vehicles per day. The volume of traffic on Davis Road or Walton Way Extension, whatever you want to call it at that point, is over 24,000 vehicles per day. The average volume on Pleasant Home Road is about 11,000 vehicles per day. And that's a 24-hour, and that's an average. You know, it kind of goes up and down, but that's what it is on a typical day. As far as the D, what Mr. Sasser is referring to is in traffic engineering, we give roads a level of service grade, much like you would get in school. A is good, F is bad, and there's an E in there. But a D is what GDOT has rated this road. So that means there's moderate congestion and delay along the street. So that's what that means. So 11,000 vehicles per day for a collector street is a fairly normal number that you would see. The issue, I believe, with Pleasant Home Road is the fact that it's a two-lane road. There are no turn lanes, so there's no center turn lane, there's no right turn lanes. So anytime somebody wants to turn either onto or off of this particular street, you have to stop the flow of traffic, and left turns in particular are problematic. Because it has a level of service D, that does mean traffic is fairly heavy along this two-lane roadway. So the gaps in traffic are fewer, so that's why it's more difficult to turn left across traffic. So as far as the little connector piece, Commissioner Garrett, you are correct. Both sides of that are a state route. One of the two traffic signals is in Columbia County. We do time and maintain the traffic signal at Washington Road and Pleasant Home. I did reach out to the state to see if they would consider any sort of modification of that signal, and they said no. I did also ask the state if they would ever consider closing that little connector piece between their two state routes, and they said no. So for traffic circulation, that's important. Also for emergency services, these streets are important. So we also have to keep that in mind. So as far as the options that were presented today, I can tell you just without having to do hardly any work that the stop signs are a no. The reason why is there are certain conditions that need to be present in order to stop all directions of traffic. There is not enough accidents at these locations, nor are there enough volume on the side street in order to justify an all-way stop. So the other recommendations are things that we did talk about in our meeting. Engineering has come up with 3 potential solutions to this issue. 2 of them are 2 that Mr. Sasser just mentioned, the roundabouts and the traffic signals. My suggestion is if we did move forward with a project of that type, that we roughly put the roundabouts or the traffic signals roughly a third of the way down Pleasant Home Road. So there's already a traffic signal at Crane Ferry, and then you would put another traffic signal at the entrance to his subdivision, and then you would put one at Fox Hall, and that would roughly divide the street into quarters. And we could if a traffic signal went in, or if traffic signals went in, we could control the flow of traffic with traffic signals. That's the highest level of control that we would have. Roundabouts would be very beneficial in the fact that if you have a series of them, you do have to slow down to 15 to 20 miles an hour to go through a roundabout. Please keep in mind, if we do put roundabouts on this road, because of the volume of traffic, that would have to be larger, the larger type roundabout. So it would be very similar to the roundabout that we have at Milledgeville and North Leg. If you've ever been through that particular roundabout, it's got a larger footprint. So some right-of-way acquisition would be needed if that option was chosen. The traffic signals is probably one of the more expensive options, but it would require the least amount of land necessary to actually install it. We wouldn't need much right-of-way in order to install 2 traffic signals. And then our other suggestion, which Mr. Sasser didn't mention, was we have widened roads like this before and turned a 2-lane road into a 3-lane road, which is basically we put a center turn lane in the road. We've had good luck with that sort of project. Berkman's Road, when it was realigned outside Augusta National, is now a 3-lane road. Jackson Road, north of Wrightsboro Road, is another example of what used to be a 2-lane, heavily traveled, high-volume street.
Willis Foreman coming up.
Yeah, Willis Foreman coming up. I do agree that the speed is an issue. We did look at that. The speed is currently 35 miles an hour, and that is the lowest allowable speed on a collector street. So we can't lower it anymore, and even if we did, most drivers would ignore it. And so enforcement obviously is an issue, and there's just not enough of the traffic deputies to go around. But those are our 3 recommendations, is the roundabouts. I really like that idea. The traffic signals, or widen the road to a 3-lane road. As far as cost, the roundabouts would probably be the cheapest of those 3 alternatives, because it would require the least amount of right-of-way that would need to be acquired, and we wouldn't have to widen the entire length of the road. The widening of the road to 3 lanes would be a great project, but we would have to acquire a lot of right-of-way, so that would be expensive. And then, of course, the traffic signals. A traffic signal today, with all the price inflation and stuff, is about $300,000 to $350,000 each. And so, plus after design, that's a $1 million project. So,
man, you just toss out those numbers like it's nothing.
I came prepared.
Okay, well, I appreciate the update on that. And in regards to whether or not this becomes an actual project, what would the next steps be?
Well, because this development that Mr. Sasser mentioned is coming up through the zoning change, we can require, and it happens to be at Fox Hall, so we could require that development to pay for either a traffic signal or a roundabout. We could require that as part of the conditions of the zoning change.
Mr. Sasser, would you still protest the development if they paid for a roundabout?
I'm going to speak against the volume. That property is currently zoned right now for 50 single-family homes. I would concede to go up to 75 homes. There's a big issue on their submission to planning and development. They want another exit out into an adjoining neighborhood, Ravenwood. Why in the world would we approve that? If a developer is going to come before us, start asking for variances right off the bat, say no.
Different topic. But anyway, all right. But it could be a solution to a problem.
We're headed in a good direction, yes, sir.
Okay.
We're headed in a very good direction.
All right.
But it's
Well,
not a blanket yes.
Yes.
There are other concessions that need to be spoken to.
It's all right. You're at least smiling about it. So.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm grinning here.
All right. What?
And so yes, if we required them to do that at Fox Hall, the city would still have to create a project to do the other one down the road.
All right, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, you've been on Pleasant Home Road a lot, haven't you?
Yeah, I go out there all the time, yes, sir.
Yeah, because we got our issues out there, and we fight them, and we appreciate everything you try to do for us. And Mr. Sasser and I are bosom buddies when it comes to fighting the power out there on Pleasant Home Road, because I live in the subdivision Ravenwood, and sometimes it takes me 10 minutes to get out of my neighborhood on Pleasant Home Road. Fortunately, I've got a back exit I can go out on Davis Road, but so does everybody else can cut through from Pleasant Home to Davis Road through Ravenwood. And that creates an internal problem with people speeding through that neighborhood. With the new development coming up, wanting to come through the woods and attach to a dead-end street in our neighborhood, that's going to create a problem. So we're raising a note of that. But I am like Mr. Sasser. I would go up on the number of houses if they would indeed pay for the red light. After all, they're the one that's going to be benefiting financially from going into that building area. We have a duck pond there that has no ducks in it because they've either been ran over by speeders or scared off by people rounding the curve and going through the fence. And then a neighbor on the other side of the curve has to keep rebuilding their fence. So any help that we can get on Pleasant Home Road with traffic would be a big help. And we know that you work diligently within the law to help us do that. So I'm not fussing at you for a change.
Thank you.
But we will be back down here, I think the 7th, raising all of this again. So thank y'all. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McKnight.
One quick question. How many, you said one traffic light on Pleasant Home Road, correct?
2. So there's one there, and we would need 2 additional ones.
And how much is a traffic circle as opposed to
The cost,
traffic light?
It's hard to say. The cost of materials keep changing, but I can tell you that the cost of a traffic circle is quite a bit less than a traffic signal. In this case, though, in this specific case, we would have to do right-of-way, acquire right-of-way, so that may make it more expensive. I think just as a general sense, overall, a traffic circle at a location would be cheaper than a traffic signal by the time you factor in design and all the other things. But it won't be a whole lot better, but it should be some.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to receive his information.
All righty. Well, thank you all for coming and speaking towards this. And I think it's just going to be one of these conversations that we're going to have, especially as we're experiencing these growth pains. All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Can we do it without objection, sir?
Please.
Okay. Okay, we headed down to number 11.
I hope so.
Motion to approve and adopt proposed ordinance changes to the Augusta, Georgia Code 3-5-1 and 3-5-86 to modify requirements for personal transportation vehicles, PTVs.
Can we ask who put this on the agenda? Do we know who
put it on the agenda?
You did?
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Johnson, I think you have a question.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to get a little information on where did this come from. The booklet said that a downtown business requested this, and I found that to be kind of different. So anyhow, just kind of give us a update on where this came from and what's our forward posture.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon again. So we were traffic engineering and planning. Were approached by a business called Pedal Pub Augusta that wanted to start a business downtown. They have similar businesses in other large cities like Nashville, Tennessee, Minneapolis, San Diego, etc. And so the vehicle that Pedal Pub Augusta wanted to use as part of their tour is not allowed under our current PTV ordinance. And so We started the process with several other city departments to modify, propose modifications to the PTV ordinance to allow this particular vehicle to operate in downtown Augusta. I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but I'll just hit the highlights really quick. One of the issues with the pedal pub vehicle was that it was over the weight limit, and the other issue with the pedal pub vehicle was that it had a capacity higher than what was allowed. And so we've modified that in the ordinance. The other thing we modified was some of the language was out of date. There was a part that in the ordinance that talked about the Department of Transportation.
John, can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
Our parliamentarian said that he has some concerns with the way that this is being proposed. So, first of all, usually when a ordinance is changed or updated or whatever, there's usually direction from the commission to do so.
Well, I got that already.
From us?
Yes, sir.
When?
A couple months ago.
So if I'm not, okay, Mr. Chairman. So the commission voted to approve this ordinance?
No, the commission
draft
voted
ordinance?
to give me permission to modify the ordinance and bring it back to you, which is what I'm doing today.
Okay, I don't remember, but I guess if you say it.
Mr. Brown?
Excuse me. I have a problem with that.
Mr. Usher, do you recall the hearing that was done in?
Public services.
I'm sorry?
Do you recall the hearing that was done
It
in?
was on public services. It was on public services agenda.
I remember
Last
that.
week?
Now, Carla, Director Delaney presented it at public services, she says.
If the commission approved for you to bring back an ordinance amendment, then it would be in order.
Yes, sir.
I did not recall where that had actually taken place.
Yes, it took place. When I get back to my desk, I can send you the
Draft
approval.
the ordinance then the changes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think if you want to finish discussing this, we're probably going to need to move this forward with no recommendation to the full commission.
That's fine.
But go ahead and finish with what you were stating, and then I know there's quite a few questions as well.
Okay, so as I said, the pedal pub vehicle, the weight and the capacity were the issues. And then I did send this through the attorney's office, the attorney assigned to the engineering group. So he reviewed this, and he had some other language he wanted to update or remove. So the rest of the changes, there's only 2 or 3 other changes, and they were just procedural things that has changed since this ordinance was adopted in 2018.
All right, well, thank you for that update. Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Yes, sir. What kind of vehicle is this?
It's a I
Pedal?
don't really know how to describe it. It's a small vehicle that you have. I think they said 16 or 18 people sit on, and you pedal it, and they give a tour.
Okay.
Does everybody pedal at the same time?
I have no idea.
While you drink?
While you're drinking, yeah.
Can I?
Now the alcohol is a totally different part.
I have so many questions.
Yeah.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just trying to, whatever. So it's like one of those things you find in Savannah where you get a lot of people on, a bunch of people pedaling, drinking, falling off, and all that kind of stuff? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I think this is a good idea, having these paddle bars and things through downtown. That's great. But I think there's a few other entities that I think we need to have weigh in on this conversation. So I'm going to make a motion to refer this to full commission without recommendation.
All right. And also, I think that as we're having this conversation, especially if we're going to be talking about having a bike that's riding around while people have fun or whatever, I know the conversation, and this has nothing to do with you, John, the conversation has come up in the past about the ordinance around being able to drink on the sidewalks like you do in Savannah and things like that. So it'd be really great if we could somehow work on that one as well as we're working through this one, because I think it'd be really unfair to say, no, you can't go out on the sidewalk and finish your drink or whatever, but here goes the bike down the road while they're drinking. And
I've got one I have one comment. That's okay with you, sir?
Yes, sir.
We need to open up our minds and think bigger. You know, everywhere you go, I was just trying to get a picture of what he was talking about. I've seen it at Savannah. I've seen it in Charleston. And we need to grow some. So we need to think bigger and not smaller. I appreciate you.
Well, that's why I was adding the other part to it. All right, I think we have a motion and a second.
I want to add to that as well. Can we also get the minutes from when the original was presented to us included in next week's presentation?
Yeah, I'll contact the attorney for the engineering group, and I'll send him the commission approval letter we get, and then
The administrator has located the approval, which is June 14th, for him to bring back an amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
But can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman, on that?
Still want to see it.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, sir. I think you made mention of the same thing the attorney did. Those were my concerns, but as you can see, it was approved. But I want to know how was this done. It don't really have to be answered. I'm gonna throw it up and stuff in the air. If it was done on behalf of that business owner, then where we just manipulated in the process to talk to certain business and stuff like that, that would concern me if that happened. And so that's just a broader question. Don't have to even be responded to.
No, I think that's a very valid question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner McKnight.
I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Ushery for this. Thank you.
All right, voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. You want to do it by, with no objection, just
Absolutely.
move it forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you see any other ones you want to consent?
14 and 15? No. 20?
I will entertain a motion to consent some other items.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hassan, please speak into your mic.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'd like to consent. What there was 11?
Yes, sir. We're at 14, 15, 17,
I'll do
20.
I'd like to consent 14, 15, 16, 18.
That's all, okay.
And it's 20? No, yeah, I have a question on 17.
Okay, well, you had a question you said on 19 too. Are you done?
Just 17 is the only thing I'm leaving untouched.
I beg your pardon, sir?
14, 15, 16, 18, 20. 19 was already on the list, wasn't it?
Okay.
All right.
We'll put it on if it wasn't.
Can I get a second?
19 was 19, and if it's not on there.
Jordan.
Okay, so that just leaves 17 for your question, right,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am.
Okay.
I second that, Ms.
You can
Bonner.
get a motion on that, Mr. Chairman?
I think Commissioner Hassan had the motion and Jordan had the second.
Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioner Johnson.
Okay.
Get it right.
I think. Oh, look, y'all! It's 5 o'clock. Is it time to go for a ride on that bike?
Don't laugh, Jim Brady.
Mr. It's unanimous.
All righty. Next item.
Number 17, motion to approve and authorize Augusta Engineering to submit, accept, and receive GDOT financial assistance for GDOT Local Maintenance Improvement Grant FY 2023 for road improvements and maintenance projects listed on the financial impact section.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at this, I know we got two sets of addresses in this engineering committee twice the LMIG. And you're talking about the LMIG, we're talking about here on this particular item number 17. The thing about it what concerns me is that the $2.3 million that will be already allocated. You know, you got 2 roads here that you already designated that's going to be paved with the money. And I know historically, you know, sometimes engineering department takes LMIG and piecemeal it to make a whole project happen. But in this instance, the money seems already to be allocated, which needs to also look like another, is that $230,000 to go with it? And then I'm looking at, I don't know the length of Hesselmack being rolled from 56 to 25. Do you got any idea of the length of that road? 6 miles? And so you can get 6 miles with that with $2.3 million? Because you got 2 roads there.
So this is the partial funding for both projects. So like McNatt Road has is plus 6 projects, and it's one of those dirt roads, so it will.
Yeah, McNutt Road was one of those that I referenced earlier. It took a long time to get those property owners to give up their property and their right-of-way to, I mean, that's SPLOST 6, so if you want to do that math on how many years that's been.
Yeah, so we're ready to go for construction. So as soon as we submit this grant application, another 2 months, because it's going to take time.
Well, that's my real concern. The money's already allocated. You know, normally we don't do that one. You know,
No.
and so you like it says. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, in ALMAG, we always come back to the commission with the road names and where the money is.
You said you'll come back.
No, we always, like this agenda item, each year we come back to the commission and we propose these are the roads and how much money going to go.
So can we approve this, accepting this without these roads being a part of it in the summary that you got here?
So,
why would you take the roads off?
Well, because I don't want to see all the money be allocated in one place necessarily. Something else come up, you can do something for the road. If you need some for some of it, that's fine. But all of the money is to hold $2.3 million is just gone. And we normally have LMIG, like I say, and we I've seen them, we'll need 50,000 here, so we'll get it from LMIG, 100,000 get it from LMIG. But every dime is gone, but an additional $230,000, because you're going to have 10% matching funds. And I'm inclined to believe a 6-mile road going to take more money than that. And I do know he just did say that he's going to have some money from this is a SPLOST 6 project. So what is the total cost of the project? And you're assuming all the LMIG money.
So let me see if I can help it out. So McNutt, right now, the estimate is around 1.8, 1.9 million total. So we're supplementing some part from here, around $1 million or so to make up that. There's around 700 or 750,000 in SPLOST 6 left because some of the money went to the design. There was $1 million allocated in SPLOST 6. Out of that, right now around 700, 750 left. So the balance, engineering is proposing to take it from here because there's no other funding source, and road is ready to go. And we've been working almost 2 years to finish up.
Well, like I said, I just want to consume it all, Mr. Malik. I mean, you can back out one of these roads or do whatever, but I just hate to see you consume all the LMIG money because the whole time I've been here, it is using what you're saying. Now you're taking it all one full swing with additional money to go with it. So if one of the roads is ready to go, I can live with that.
I think both roads are ready, correct?
Mother is resurfacing.
Yeah, one's a resurfacing and one's a paving.
Right, because.
Well, let me. Like I said, I'll give my support, but not the road, and he can bring them back individually, give us a total cost of each road individually, and then we can look at it that way. But the LMIG has always been done in a different fashion for me.
Why don't you put that in a motion to divide them up into separate projects?
No, I'm not dividing the separate projects at all. That ain't much different. My position is we approved it, because this is the motion to approve receiving the LMIG grant. What is it actually,
Dr. motion is 2 parts. One is to submit the grants.
Okay.
And then one is accepted by GDOT.
Okay.
Then
So that's all. That's what I do.
Accept that money because this 2 part. I don't know why we do it. Even we get the money, then we have to come back to the commission to accept the money. So this motion is covering both because we know when we submit the complete package, we will get the money.
I make the motion to submit the grant, to receive the money, but at this time, not to allocate the money in specific places at this time.
All right, not here in a second. Is there anyone else on the committee that would like to make a motion towards this? Mr. Johnson?
I think because of the time, I don't think we ought to rush a decision. Would it be in order for us to just move this to full commission with our recommendation for next week?
Is that a motion?
I'm asking.
I'll second it.
Okay, well, I make the motion to move to full commission next week, no recommendation.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any further items in front of us?
No, sir. That's it.
With that being the case, I call engineering services to a close. Thank you all.
Miss, oh, you want to? Okay.
I'd like to call Finance Committee to order. If my colleagues would agree, I'd like to consent item number 1.
So moved.
Second.
That's good looking out for Commissioner Williams.
We got to start putting more on finance.
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much. That concludes Finance Services.
Have a good evening.
Oh, okay, thank you. It's 1 or 2?
It's one and one each employee. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay.
you, I can't bring one of my wives.
Here, wait a minute. I'm not gonna be able to go because I've got something at church, so here.